Chapter 28:12. Great Realm of Freedom. You can't compare with the emperor of the human race. You would have become an emperor long ago if you were that powerful. Just tell me why you've come. Yi Shiwen didn't feel anything even though he was facing the strongest expert in the world. Moreover, both sides were enemies. Moreover, the great realm of freedom was the strongest expert of the celestial race. Even if it was just a soul avatar, it could easily attract the attention of the high-level experts of the allied forces. Great Realm of Freedom looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "I've heard that a peerless expert of the human race has appeared. Now that I see it, it's true. I've just come out, and I don't have any followers yet. I'll give you a chance to become my follower." Follower? Ha 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 ha. You want me to become your follower? Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. It seemed as if he was about to burst into laughter. The celestial race is full of trash. What kind of a gift is this? Great Realm of Freedom didn't care. He just looked at Yi Shiwen indifferently. It seemed as if he was waiting for his answer. What if I don't live up to my reputation? Yi Shiwen asked again. Then just kill him. Anyway, the entire race will be wiped out. What's one more or one less? Great Realm of Freedom said indifferently. Arrogant. Many humans gritted their teeth and said this. This was related to the righteousness of the entire race. It was also related to themselves. How could they not be angry? Great Realm of Freedom. Your celestial race has failed twice. You're no longer at your peak. Don't talk big before you achieve it. Otherwise, you'll slap your own face in the end. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Great Realm of Freedom didn't care about this matter like the ordinary celestial race. Perhaps this matter was nothing in his eyes. He was the strongest person in the world. No longer at your peak? Perhaps. But you're far from being comparable to the two wars, aren't you? Great Realm of Freedom said indifferently. Yi Shiwen, give me a reply. His eyes were looking at the deep universe. However, Yi Shiwen could clearly feel that Great Realm of Freedom's soul had locked onto him. You want to kill me? Yi Shiwen reacted immediately. He immediately understood Great Realm of Freedom's intention. He didn't even try to hide. That's interesting. If you don't come here personally, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant. Yi Shiwen moved as he thought of this. The devil wings on his back suddenly spread open. Then his figure suddenly streaked across the vast sky like a meteor and rushed towards the great freedom heaven. And if I say no? Yi Shiwen's voice reverberated in the air. Everyone was horrified. Yi Shiwen had actually attacked the world's #1 expert. Even if it was just a soul incarnation, it still had a huge deterrent effect on everyone. These god kings and god masters weren't even on the same level as him. Then die. Mahesvara's cold voice caused everyone's hearts to go numb. A battle was unavoidable. Mahesvara's eyes burst with countless symbols of the Great Path, and there were traces of the Great Path in them. The title of the #1 person in the world was indeed not false. Perhaps the rumor that he was about to achieve the Great Path was not false. In an instant, his body had already fallen into an endless space. It was a blur, making it impossible for anyone to see where exactly he was. Bang! Yi Shiwen's attack instantly arrived in front of the great freedom heaven. His strength had increased by more than just a little bit compared to before. Everyone realized that Yi Shiwen hadn't used his full strength when he had easily killed the 10 great God King level experts. In fact, he had only used a small part of his strength. When had he grown to this level? It was simply unbelievable. His attack had reached its peak at this moment. He was killing in all directions. He wanted to kill the great freedom heaven in one breath. There was a bit of anger in the eyes of the great freedom heaven. Yi Shiwen hadn't agreed, but he had actually dared to attack first. He didn't respect him at all. This was the first time he had encountered such a person. However, it was also because of this that his killing intent towards Yi Shiwen was even more boiling. He couldn't allow such a person to live if he didn't surrender. He had to kill him. An ancient character appeared on the body of the great Freedom Heaven. No one could see what it was, but it had fooled him. Yi Shiwen's attack had bombarded down, and was easily blocked by the great Freedom Heaven. The great Freedom Heaven had the same body, but it couldn't be compared with the evil dragon's consciousness. There must be a big secret hidden in his body. That was why his strength had improved to this level. Is your full strength only at this level? The words of the great Freedom Heaven revealed a mocking tone. It seemed as if he was laughing at Yi Shiwen's overconfidence. Whether it's only at this level or not, you'll know once you give it a try. Boundless fist light splashed out from Yi Shiwen's 5 fingers and shot into the sky. It seemed like the first ray of light that had split the world apart. It shattered everything and allowed everything to be reborn and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. This was the way of heaven and earth. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist is indeed powerful. However, it's far from reaching its peak in your hands. The principles appeared around the great Freedom Heaven's body. They spread out in all directions like water ripples. They directly blocked Yi Shiwen's attack and only left bursts of chaotic smoke. Yi Shiwen's expression also changed slightly. This was the first time he had encountered an invincible person who could block his 6 paths of reincarnation fist just by relying on the understanding of the principles around him. Even the head of the 100-eyed giant would have exploded if he hadn't blocked it. Others might not know how powerful Yi Shiwen's punch was. However, Yi Shiwen was well aware of it. The great Freedom Heaven's understanding of the principles had reached a shocking level. He could easily block the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with just a casual defense. Yi Shiwen, refusing my invitation was the last and worst decision you've ever made in your life. It's impossible for you to defeat me if your strength is second only to mine. The great Freedom Heaven said coldly, I'll make you understand that no one in this world can refuse me. Anyone who refuses me will die without a burial place. Humph, you want me to be your follower? You're not qualified. Yi Shiwen sneered. The great Freedom Heaven attacked at this time. The countless principles around his body started to boil. It seemed as if a real dragon was coiling around his body. It swept out in an instant, and an invisible power spread out. The terrifying power started to boil. Everyone in the distance was in a daze. They felt as if their bodies were going to collapse under the effect of the power of the principles. The great Freedom Heaven was known as the #1 expert in the world. It wasn't a lie. Everyone started to retreat decisively. They might have been able to sit down calmly when Yi Shiwen had fought against that evil dragon. But the battle between Yi Shiwen and Freedom Heaven had made them thoroughly understand one thing. The disparity between them and these 2 individuals was too great. They weren't on the same level of existence. They retreated again and again. They didn't dare to approach them. Just the aftermath of such a battle was enough to tear their bodies into pieces. Hiss! Why do I feel as if a powerful emperor has been resurrected in the sky? What kind of terrifying power is this? Why does the heavenly race have such a formidable power? Is this the peak of the quasi-emperor? If the peak of the quasi-emperor is this powerful, then how terrifying would the real emperor be? How terrifying would the strength of the heavenly race be when they were at their peak? They could contend against many races in the world by themselves. Many divine kings and divine lords couldn't help but change their complexions when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. Fortunately, they still had Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, they would have died without a burial place. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that the surrounding principles were getting out of his control. Originally, there was an absolute domain around his body. No one could control these principles within this absolute domain. It was also his absolute domain of safety. This was also the reason why the final battle had to be settled by martial arts. If one wanted to crush someone with the principles, then one's comprehension of the principles would have far surpassed the others. It was like a fight between two top-notch hackers. Their control over various programs would annihilate each other. It was much more direct than going to the front of the other party and chopping the other party to death. This situation wasn't absolute. If one party's comprehension and control of the principles far surpassed the other party, then the entire situation would be completely different. Just like the current Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Shiwen was far superior to ordinary people and was above all divine kings, and even ordinary quasi-emperors weren't his match, he was still a divine king in the end. He was just a divine king who had an extremely profound understanding of the principles. Even ordinary quasi-emperors didn't have such a profound understanding of the principles. It was also because of this that he could be said to be invincible against other quasi-emperors. However, the realm of freedom was different. He was Zhen Jiajing, someone who had already taken half a step into that realm. His comprehension of the principles was a level higher than Yi Shiwen's. He could actually use the principles to destroy the absolute domain around Yi Shiwen and directly attack Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen immediately felt the pressure. An incomparably heavy feeling came from his whole body. It seemed as if shackles had completely imprisoned his whole body. This was the effect of the neutral principle and the confinement principle. These two principles alone made Yi Shiwen feel as if he couldn't breathe. Do I have to use the robe of time now? Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Shiwen's mind. He naturally had his greatest trump card when he dared to attack. The robe of time could at least summon the sword of Avicii from the Demon King's treasury. It wouldn't be that easy to defeat him. Chapter 28:13. It would be a piece of cake for Yi Shiwen to destroy the spirit incarnation of great freedom heavens with two Tao tools in hand. However, it was just a spirit incarnation. His main body's means were probably even more amazing. If Yi Shiwen had to use all his trump cards just to deal with the spirit incarnation of great freedom heavens, then he wouldn't have any trump cards to use when facing him again. The only trump card that could be called a Tao tool was a Tao tool. Ordinary means wouldn't be of any use to him. Yi Shiwen immediately rejected this idea because it wasn't necessary. Great freedom heaven's cultivation of law was far superior to his own. He could suppress Yi Shiwen to this extent just by relying on the comprehension of law. This was indeed an unprecedentedly strong enemy. He wouldn't have dared to imagine such a terrifying situation in the past. However, it wasn't unsolvable. After all, it wasn't his main body. He was merely relying on the physical body of a peak divine king. It might not seem to be a problem at other times, but in reality it was the biggest problem when facing Yi Shiwen. In terms of the comprehension of law, Yi Shiwen definitely couldn't compare with great freedom heavens. However, the situation was completely different when it came to the body. More importantly, Yi Shiwen didn't care about the spirit incarnation of great freedom heavens. Instead, he treated it as a kind of training and a whetstone. If he couldn't even deal with the spirit incarnation of great freedom heavens, then how could he face his main body? Perhaps others were afraid of his main body. However, Yi Shiwen didn't think so. For him, great freedom heavens was just a goal that he had to surpass. Perhaps it was the strongest goal in his life. However, how could he talk about achieving the Tao if he couldn't even match great freedom heavens? Bang! Yi Shiwen's vital energy surged out of his body and broke the shackles of the principles. All the principles that tried to invade his body were smashed into pieces by his vital energy. Great freedom heaven's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would get rid of his suppression so quickly and find a way to deal with it. Great freedom heaven's understanding of law was extremely profound. However, it was possible to fully display this understanding by relying on incomparable strength. His main body was naturally invincible. However, it didn't mean that this evil dragon could withstand such power. Moreover, it couldn't display such power. Therefore, to a certain extent, it seemed that he did not have much of an advantage. Mahesvara, I've read about you in the ancient records, and it seems like you're one of the strongest experts in the world. I'm curious as to how strong you have to be considered as one of the strongest experts beneath the god monarchs. I've never had a chance to do so in the past, but now I can take a good look at it." Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. He regained his composure and calmness. It seemed that the previous attack hadn't affected him at all. "Humph. How would you juniors who were born in a peaceful era know how powerful we are? In the chaotic era of war, I even fought against a sovereign emperor. How would you understand?" The great unrestrained heavens revealed the reason why he was so confident. In his opinion, no matter how shocking and brilliant these juniors were, they were nothing more than little flowers that had been raised in a greenhouse. They would be blown away by the wind. On the other hand, he had experienced a battle with a sovereign emperor. By the time of the Second War of Resistance against the Heavens, he was already one of the few experts in the world. Being able to escape from a sovereign emperor was completely different from them. They were all little flowers that had been raised in a greenhouse. So they weren't worth mentioning in the same breath. This kind of thing had always happened to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't have the system's inheritance. However, the number of times he had narrowly escaped death, and the number of battles he had experienced was beyond their imagination. Yi Shiwen's strength had been tempered in iron and blood. He hadn't simply cultivated all the way to his current strength. "Is that so?" "I don't think so." Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and said, "So what if I was born early? It's not something to be proud of if I haven't achieved the Tao. You're just a junior. What do you know? You haven't reached this step yet. So you don't understand that the gap between one step and the other is so great." The great unrestrained heavens said indifferently. His expression seemed as if he was telling Yi Shiwen that Yi Shiwen wouldn't understand even if he explained it to him. "To me, if you haven't crossed over, then you haven't. It doesn't matter how many excuses you find for yourself. The Qin Emperor's cultivation time wasn't even a tenth of yours, but he was still invincible. In the end, he achieved the Tao. This means that you don't have that kind of talent." Yi Shiwen said coldly, "Are you used to measuring others by age because you've been cultivating for a long time? This is the saddest thing about you. Growing older isn't an advantage. Instead, it's a burden. It will imprison your thoughts. It will make you grow old and rigid. In fact, it will make you unable to keep up with the times." The great unrestrained heavens looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. He felt that he was looking at an opponent for the first time. Yi Shiwen's words didn't move his heart too much. After all, he already had his own standards in his heart. So he wouldn't be swayed by other people's words. However, Yi Shiwen was able to say such words even though he was looking down on him. This showed that Yi Shiwen's willpower wasn't ordinary. Yi Shiwen might grow to the same level as the great unrestrained heavens if Yi Shiwen was allowed to grow for a few more years. In fact, Yi Shiwen would become his matchless enemy. This was the first time that the great unrestrained heavens had a murderous intention after he had come out of the seal. He wanted to kill someone. He had to kill them. There was no other way. There were simply too many geniuses in this world. No one knew if a peerless genius would appear in a nameless race that no one knew about. Even their Tian clan was unable to control such a trend. It's useless even if you have a sharp tongue. It won't save you. The great unrestrained heavens finally moved at this time. His body moved slightly. Countless principles started to dance in a frenzy. However, they weren't without any pattern. They were actually responding to the principles of the Great Way. They were borrowing infinite power from the principles, and their might was overwhelming the world. The great unrestrained heavens wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Shiwen even if he were to rely on the strength of his spirit. So he naturally had his own means and methods. At this time, the great unrestrained heavens was like a shrunken version of the emperor. It might sound ridiculous. However, his true might made everyone suffocate. He was terrifyingly powerful. It seemed as if the real emperor had come back to life in an instant. The world's principles could feel the anger of the great unrestrained heavens. There weren't many people who could make him angry since he had reached the pinnacle. The entire continent was shaking violently. It was trembling under his aura. The will of the continent was shivering. Everyone looked at this scene from afar and felt incomparably terrified. Boom! The great unrestrained heavens made his move. He suddenly grabbed with his big hand. Countless principles automatically attached to it and formed a huge hand that was thousands of feet in size. It sealed all the space in the world. No one could escape. It weaved into a huge net and sealed everything. Die. The entire body of the great unrestrained heavens erupted with bursts of dazzling golden light. He spouted out a mouthful of essence energy. The huge hand became even more terrifying after receiving this mouthful of essence energy. The rays of light became even more dazzling. Yi Shiwen's entire body was under great pressure. All the bones in his body were colliding, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. He was also resisting. Law talismans appeared around him one after another and gushed out from his body. It was like an incomparably ancient scripture. It was like an incomparably huge divine kingdom, and it enveloped him within it. This was a confrontation of the laws. The big hand wanted to slap down, and Yi Shiwen wanted to push it back. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth. He didn't launch a further surprise attack. He was simply enduring the pressure of the principles. I can't retreat. The principles of both sides were colliding in an astonishing manner. The principles that Yi Shiwen had condensed weren't superior to the great unrestrained heavens. In fact, they almost collapsed upon contact. This showed the disparity in the comprehension of the principles of both sides. They weren't on the same level. However, some details were undergoing astonishing changes. The dazzling collision was still going on. Violent shock waves spread out in all directions. Yi Shiwen's shattered principles condensed once again. This kind of direct collision of principles was the easiest way to destroy a person's faith. No matter how much faith one had or how firm one's faith was, one's faith would collapse in an instant when one saw that the principles one had comprehended could not withstand a single blow from the opponent. However, Yi Shiwen didn't collapse. His willpower was already as firm as a rock. Moreover, the mysterious space was constantly deducing for him. He could absorb more of the principles every time he was defeated. It didn't matter whether it was from the defeat or from the great unrestrained heavens. This was like tearing and reforming. Yi Shiwen's worldview was subverted every moment. It turned out that the application of the principles could be so ingenious. It turned out that this was the true way to use the principles. This kind of understanding of the race against time in a life and death situation made Yi Shiwen's mind tense to the extreme. He didn't even dare to take a breather. However, Yi Shiwen was also undergoing a kind of quiet transformation while he was constantly being defeated and reforming. His cultivation had stagnated after he had just broken through to the peak of the king-ranked realm. However, his cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed. This meant that his collisions with the principles of the great unrestrained heavens were deepening. He was constantly absorbing the principles of the great unrestrained heavens for many years. At the same time, he was strengthening himself and improving his ability to comprehend the principles. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to do this. If they collapsed in an instant, they would die. If their confidence collapsed, there wouldn't be any other outcome. However, Yi Shiwen had the mysterious space. Chapter 28:14. This was a possibility for Yi Shiwen to analyze his opponents and improve himself during the battle. If it was someone else, it would be impossible, but he could do it. This kind of thing could be said to be a walk in the park for him. It wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing in his daily life. However, this was the first time he had analyzed such a powerful opponent. He had never felt this way before. He did not dare to relax even a little. This was an excellent opportunity for him. There were so many laws in the sky that it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to understand all of them. Moreover, the application of all the laws was different. It would take a lot of time to comprehend them one by one. now that he was analyzing Great Freedom Heaven's fighting style. It was like the key points in the textbook given to him by the teacher before the college entrance examination. This was the way to fight and the direction to comprehend. For Yi Shiwen, this would save him a lot of time and energy. Therefore, he would never let go of such an opportunity. All of this happened in just a few breaths. Great Freedom Heaven was a little surprised to find that his law attack did not manage to defeat Yi Shiwen in the first place. In the past, this would have been absolutely impossible. Let alone a God King, very few people would be able to withstand his attacks of laws, even if he were to face a quasi-emperor. Even if it was not his true body, this was definitely extraordinary. He even keenly found that Yi Shiwen's law attack contained some traces of his own attack. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Is he copying my method? He was shocked when he thought of this. His attack method had been copied by someone else. Moreover, it was by a small divine king. This was an incredible thing for him. This aroused his killing intent. Yi Shiwen was able to comprehend while fighting in such a battle. What a terrifying talent! He must not let Yi Shiwen continue to grow. Great Freedom Heaven would never have thought that Yi Shiwen was not copying his attack method. Instead, he was analyzing his attack method and finally transforming it into his own attack method. It seemed like the result was the same, but the process was completely different. A simple copy was knowing what it was, but not knowing why. But after analyzing it, using the same method to counterattack meant that one had already understood the principles behind it. This was even more terrifying, as one could draw inferences about other cases from one case. The speed at which one's cultivation was improving was simply too fast. As time passed, Yi Shiwen's law counterattack became sharper and sharper. He was able to hold his ground. It was not like the beginning when he was defeated. This showed that Yi Shiwen's understanding of the Great Way had increased by a whole level. In a short period of time, he had truly touched the peak of the 10 great divine kings. As long as he had enough emperor source, his martial strength could even reach the peak in a short period of time. He could even start to prepare to break through the quasi-emperor realm. This process would have taken him several hundred years if he didn't have the pressure of the Great Freedom Heaven. But now he had completed it in just a few breaths' time. This was the amazing effect of the mysterious space. Even Yi Shiwen was startled by it. Of course, the price of all this was that the emperor's source that he had stored was getting smaller and smaller. It was being consumed at an alarming speed. However, Yi Shiwen was not worried. He had the key to the Devil King's treasure house. He could enter the Devil King's treasure house at any time. His emperor source could also be replenished. On the contrary, this was a rare opportunity. He was not willing to give up. This was an excellent opportunity. If it were any other expert at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, they would be able to display a lot of methods when their deities had descended. They wouldn't need to use the pure law to crush Yi Shiwen. Then Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to absorb and comprehend like he was doing now. He even had an even crazier idea. If he could thoroughly understand the law displayed by Great Freedom Heaven, his cultivation would be able to go further in a short period of time. He would reach an unprecedented realm. Every step here could save him countless years of bitter cultivation. One must know that the current situation was getting more and more urgent. He couldn't afford to relax. He had only been in closed-door training for a mere 100 years. Unexpectedly, an invincible character like Great Freedom Heaven had appeared. This made him nervous. Everyone couldn't understand such a battle. They didn't know how intense the confrontation was. However, they understood that such a battle could endanger their lives if they weren't careful. So, they couldn't afford to give in. The shock waves of the collision between the two sides swept out. The internal formations of the hidden valley were recovering one after another. They were trying their best to resist the shock waves. However, even so, they were still broken from time to time. This terrifying situation made everyone terrified. This was a battle between quasi-emperor level experts. Even the entire hidden valley, which had already experienced the surprise attack of a quasi-emperor, was still terrified in the face of this force, because at that time, Yi Shiwen had blocked the 100-eyed giant outside. Most importantly, the strength of both sides paled in comparison to the current strength of both sides. Meanwhile, Yi Shiwen was still constantly absorbing the comprehension of Great Freedom Heaven. He was still accelerating his cultivation. He was about to break through to the late stage of quasi-emperor level. The closer he got to that level, the easier it would be for him to fight against Great Freedom Heaven. Although the power of Great Freedom Heaven couldn't be compared to his main body, there was no difference in the comprehension of the law displayed by him. It was nothing more than being restricted by his strength, so he couldn't display it completely. After a long time, Great Freedom Heaven finally realized this. Even if it was only for a short period of time, it was enough for him to judge the situation. It might have been possible in the beginning. However, it was impossible for him to defeat Yi Shiwen by relying on the comprehension of the law. So he finally moved. This time, he didn't use the law as the main force. Instead, he used his body, which had been stimulated to the peak. The terrifying roar of the evil dragon came from inside his body. It was screaming miserably because Great Freedom Heaven was burning his life essence. He didn't care about his existence at all. Anyway, it wasn't his own body. It was just a useless thing that could be thrown away after being used once. However, the evil dragon could feel that his strength was becoming stronger. He had directly broken through the boundary of the king realm and rushed into the quasi-emperor realm. He might have been very happy to make a breakthrough in normal times. However, he was being guided by someone. It wasn't his own will at all. Moreover, it would leave a very shocking future trouble. If the battle went on like this for too long, his body would explode on the spot. Even his soul would be blown to pieces, and he would not even have the chance to revive. He was scared and trembling. However, Great Freedom Heaven didn't care. He wouldn't have the strength to fight against Yi Shiwen if he didn't do this. The body of this human divine king was too amazing. It was unprecedented. He had seen human emperors before. However, he had never seen a divine king who was so tyrannical. He must have some kind of supreme bloodline and physique. Soon, the roar of the evil dragon disappeared. His consciousness had been crushed by the great freedom sky. He wanted to take complete control of this body. He couldn't let the original owner of this body exist. As long as the original owner of this body existed, he wouldn't be able to take complete control of this body. He didn't care whether this body would collapse on the spot or not. After all, it was just a one-time use item. Boom! Great Freedom Heaven finally made his move. His body was majestic and majestic. He was like a huge monument. He pressed down on Yi Shiwen on the spot. This was the supreme technique that he had displayed. The big hand suddenly received the infusion of his own power, and its power instantly increased by several levels. Yi Shiwen, who was only resisting with the power of the law, almost collapsed on the spot. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared instantly, and the big hand slammed down directly, smashing a huge hole in the void directly. Countless chaos poured down in torrents. This attack made everyone feel as if they had seen the true resurrection of the legendary emperor. With a raise of his hand, countless galaxies were annihilated. What kind of strength was this? What kind of horror was this? This was a fight between quasi-emperors. Yi Shiwen appeared in the distance the next moment. There was a look of pity on his face. The collapse of the law couldn't affect his confidence. It couldn't destroy his martial arts either. It was a pity. He was so close to breaking through to the late stage of quasi-emperor realm. At that time, it would have been a piece of cake for him to improve his cultivation. It was a pity that he had failed at the crucial moment. However, he immediately restrained this feeling. What he had gained earlier had saved him hundreds of years of hard work. Wasn't that enough? You're quite capable to copy my attack. You're worthy of being the most outstanding genius of the human race. However, it's useless. Today is the day you die. Great Freedom Heaven's voice was cold and ruthless. A sinister look finally appeared on his face. He was finally angry because he couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. A big hand swept over without any warning, and went straight towards Yi Shiwen to grab him. This speed was so fast that it seemed as if it had teleported. Crash! The big hand swept over Yi Shiwen's body. He turned into a ball of light on the spot and flew towards the depths of the universe. This is not the place to fight. Come with me if you're capable. Chapter 28:15. Humph! Great Freedom Sky didn't care. He immediately rushed out. In his opinion, the people of the Hidden Valley weren't a threat at all. As long as he could get rid of Yi Shiwen, everything would be as easy as pie. Although it was only a part of his spirit avatar that had descended, it was impossible for him to do such a thing frequently. Only a little bit of his spirit avatar was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. It would be wiped out by Yi Shiwen in minutes. Even if he had this body, he still wouldn't be a match for Yi Shiwen. He was very clear about this. Yi Shiwen flew into the depths of the cosmic void. Great Freedom Sky quickly followed him. Both sides confronted each other in the universe. His majestic figure stood in the sky like a real emperor looking down on all the ancient heavens. Yi Shiwen looked at the great freedom heaven and slightly sighed. He had been unceasingly analyzing the great freedom heaven's comprehension of the principles a while ago, and he had taken advantage of it. However, the great freedom heaven had reacted now. However, it didn't matter. These understandings were enough for him to digest for a while. He would advance further after this battle. Buzz! Great Freedom Sky's imposing aura poured out like a waterfall. It swept towards Yi Shiwen in an overwhelming manner. Yi Shiwen didn't show any weakness this time. Since he couldn't take any advantage, he wouldn't show any weakness. His imposing aura poured out like a surging sea and collided with Great Freedom Sky. Boom! Great Freedom Sky moved like a violent star. He collided and destroyed the universe. Yi Shiwen didn't want to show any weakness either. He rushed forward on the spot. Bang! The terrible battle had just begun. Great Freedom Sky's offensive was very smooth. It swept across the battlefield. It was unknown how many strong enemies he could crush. Yi Shiwen was the opposite. He didn't hesitate at all. Each of his moves was aimed at Great Freedom Sky's vital points. Both sides exchanged thousands of moves in an instant. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Humph, admit defeat. You have no chance of winning against me. I'd like to see how long your vitality can last. Yi Shiwen sneered. He knew that Great Freedom Sky had no chance of winning since he relied on burning his vitality to enhance his strength. It's enough to kill you. Freedom Heaven looked at Yi Shiwen with an incomparably cold expression. His eyes were like the depths of the universe, without the slightest bit of warmth. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen's berserk strength had completely broken out after he had completely let go of his hands and feet. Everyone had thought that the great freedom heavens had gained the upper hand. However, it had been forced to retreat under Yi Shiwen's offensive. Although his comprehension of the laws was completely above Yi Shiwen's, it wasn't his main body after all. When Yi Shiwen decided to abandon the competition of laws and go all out, his advantage became extremely ridiculous. Yi Shiwen was not an ordinary god king. His methods were nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. Die! Yi Shiwen took a step forward and chased after the Freedom Sky after he had sent it flying. He then blasted a punch, and a fistlight suddenly traversed the vast sky. It pierced through the sun and the moon and shattered countless stars. Behind him, the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel was constantly rotating, and the formidable power of the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel was constantly sweeping out. The fist light interweaved into a big net and wrapped everything together. The Freedom Sky couldn't escape. Bang! Freedom Sky couldn't help but groan as he was hit by Yi Shiwen's attack. He spouted a mouthful of blood, and his dragon energy was dense. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Freedom Sky said coldly. He wasn't a benevolent person. He was an invincible person who had experienced the war against the heavens. He might have been exiled in the end, but that wasn't something that he could decide. That's right. It's the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Let me use this fist technique to send you into reincarnation. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The principles surrounding the great freedom heaven were forced away by his fist light. This martial technique is good, but it's still not a reason for you to be so arrogant. A gap appeared around Freedom Sky's body. An incomparably terrifying power wreaked havoc around him, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. At the same time, his body exuded an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. The eye on his forehead suddenly opened. However, it was not an eyeball, but a talisman. Freedom Talisman. Yi Shiwen recognized the origin of this talisman. It was very simple. This was one of the techniques that had made Freedom Sky famous in the past. The Great Unrestrained Talisman was a powerful essence of the martial path that the Great Unrestrained Heaven had obtained from somewhere. He had extracted it from that essence and refined it into the Great Unrestrained Talisman. It was a talisman that was invincible and had shaken the heavens in the past. And now, in the short span of a few decades since his return, he had made this technique famous once again, causing many people to recall this powerful technique from the depths of their memories. His imposing aura had increased by a notch under the support of the Freedom Talisman. He was determined to kill Yi Shiwen. So, you used the Freedom Talisman. I was wondering how a small spirit incarnation could have such amazing fighting power. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, he had always wondered how a mere incarnation of Great Freedom's soul could wield the body of the evil dragon to such an extent. If a mere incarnation of Great Freedom's soul was so powerful, then he alone would be able to flatten the entire headquarters of the Allied army. Obviously, it was impossible for him to do so. Yi Shiwen, you forced me to use the Freedom Talisman. You're very powerful, but it ends here. Today will be the day of your death. Freedom Sky said coldly. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were very clear about the prestige of the Freedom Talisman. Even the supreme existence of the Allied Forces headquarters had suffered a great loss because of it. This technique was almost invincible. Freedom Sky's incarnation was enough to put Yi Shiwen to death, even if he hadn't arrived. It's the legendary Freedom Talisman that even the Emperor cares about. I didn't expect that he would use such a technique to deal with Yi Shiwen. No one can stop this Freedom Talisman once it's used. The Freedom Talisman erupted with astonishing rays of light. It absorbed the essence of the world and projected it onto Freedom Sky's body. He was the sole overlord of the world at this moment. The power of Freedom Sky's body also skyrocketed. He didn't look like a sage at all. Whoosh! Freedom Sky attacked in an instant. His hands tore the blue dome of heaven. A dreadful power spread out, and it seemed as if it would tear Yi Shiwen's body into 2 halves. The Great Boundless Talisman can transform into my strength. The Great Boundless Talisman must contain countless comprehensions of yours, so it can make me rise to the same level as you in one go. Yi Shiwen's eyes burst out with a bright light. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with Freedom Sky in terms of realm level if he could completely swallow and refine the Freedom Talisman. After all, Freedom Sky had comprehended all the principles of Freedom Sky's body, so it naturally had such an effect. It was impossible to achieve this under normal circumstances. Yi Shiwen couldn't succeed with Freedom Sky's incarnation present, so this was the best opportunity. Emperor Source, come! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. A huge portal appeared behind him. An endless demon energy rushed out of it. Countless Emperor Source poured into Yi Shiwen's body under his command and replenished his consumption. He had opened the door of the Devil King's treasure house to replenish his consumption. He wasn't willing to wait any longer. He was determined to obtain the Freedom Talisman. At this time, Great Freedom Heavens also saw countless Emperor Source pouring into Yi Shiwen's body. Even with his strength, he didn't have so many Emperor Source. Only a genuine Emperor could have so many Emperor Source. Otherwise, who could have so many Emperor Source? Of course, the inheritances of those Emperors were an exception. However, their Emperor Source had to be distributed to countless people. Moreover, they had to keep it. They couldn't use it all in one go. Moreover, they couldn't use it all at once like Yi Shiwen did. Only Yi Shiwen would behave in such a prodigal manner. So many Emperor Source. It's really great. My strength can increase by more than a little as long as I have these Emperor Source. Freedom Sky's eyes lit up. He had already reached the peak, and his strength couldn't increase by a large margin anymore. However, he could use many methods with so many Emperor Source. Therefore, he could increase his strength in a disguised way. You want to obtain my Emperor Source? You're delusional. Yi Shiwen sneered. Both sides had designs on each other's things. Therefore, they were even more determined to kill each other. Bang! Freedom Sky's attack fiercely blasted down. However, a mass of time power erupted from Yi Shiwen's body at the same time. 7 colored streamers covered his whole body and went up against Freedom Sky's attack. An astonishing collision broke out in an instant. The power of Freedom Sky's attack had increased by several times after using the Freedom Talisman. However, it was still easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. How is this possible? Freedom Sky's face revealed a somewhat incredulous expression. He knew very well how powerful his Freedom Talisman was. However, it didn't have any effect after using it. This made him frown. This is the Time Robe. Chapter 28:16. At this moment, he suddenly remembered. As a participant of the previous war, he was no stranger to the Time Robe. In the past, the Time King had single-handedly defeated the entire celestial race and sent them into a state of chaos. Although he wasn't one of the main forces in the battle that caused the fall of the Time King, he had also participated in the battle on the periphery. That battle had left a deep impression on him. Even now, he still couldn't forget it. That earth-shattering battle had shocked even him, who was one of the most powerful beings below the imperial monarch. After countless years, he had also improved from being one of the strongest experts below the Emperor King. He could almost be called the #1 expert in the world. However, whenever he thought of that battle, he would still tremble in fear. However, he immediately remembered that although it was the Time Robe, it was still in the hands of the Time King. It was certainly invincible in the hands of the Time King. However, in the hands of Yi Shiwen, a divine king, it was not necessarily the case. Now he had the opportunity to seize the Time Robe. At that time, as long as he had the Time Robe, he would be able to comprehend the Great Way. Not to mention becoming the #1 expert in the world, it was not impossible for him to achieve the Emperor King's way. Greed flashed in his eyes. At his level, ordinary god artifacts would not even be able to make him open his eyes. However, the Time Robe definitely had the right to make him look sideways. In fact, he could even stare blankly at it. After obtaining the Time Robe, he would naturally be the #1 expert in the world. As an invincible expert, he actually did not have a Tao artifact in his possession. This in itself was a hidden danger. When he fought against experts on the same level as him, this could very well become a hidden danger. Not to mention the fact that Yi Shiwen had so many Emperor origins in his hands. This was something that he coveted even more. However, he couldn't figure out why Yi Shiwen had so many Emperor origins in his hands. This was simply inconceivable. After all, even he didn't have so many Emperor origins in his hands. The Great Freedom Talisman on Freedom Heaven's body suddenly lit up and the sky trembled. It seemed that under this terrifying pressure, there was no way to resist. This was true terror and power. In the depths of the world, the sound of the laws of the universe shattering rang out. Everyone was terrified, but they still didn't dare to approach. They were trembling, the number one under the heavens. Even if it wasn't his true body that personally descended, he was still far more powerful than they could imagine. After a short period of absent-mindedness, everyone's attention quickly returned. The battle between Yi Shiwen and Freedom Heaven was still going on. In fact, it was still going on crazily. Yi Shiwen had the protection of the time magic robe, and the flowing lights on his body had become even more intense. In fact, they had become even more unscrupulous. More and more powerful rays of light wreaked havoc on his body. Bang! 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 Freedom Heaven was trying to widen the gap between him and Yi Shiwen so that he could pierce through Yi Shiwen with his own laws. However, Yi Shiwen was the complete opposite. His gilded tyrant body had already reached the grand accomplishment level. His vitality was the most powerful aspect of his body. His body was simply invincible. His fist could pierce through the entire universe. It was as if an emperor had come to this world. His entire body was shining, and Freedom Heaven's attacks would fall on his body, but they would be absorbed by the time magic robe. Therefore, he didn't widen the gap between him and Freedom Heaven. Instead, he launched a melee in front of him. His agility technique had reached an unimaginable level with the help of the devil wings. It seemed to everyone that Freedom Heaven was constantly retreating. He was trying to widen the gap between him and Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen didn't give him such an opportunity. Instead, he was fighting in close combat. He had displayed his martial arts to the peak. He was using his powerful vitality to resist the imprisonment of the Big Fool's law. Yi Shiwen's imposing aura was rising with each passing second with the help of the time magic robe, which was supported by the Emperor's source. The blue dome of heaven was trembling, and endless auspicious signs were spurting out. However, these auspicious signs were unimaginably terrifying, and they pierced through the world. Freedom Heaven was supported by the Great Freedom Talisman. However, he couldn't withstand it. The Great Freedom Talisman wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen. Neither was it a match for the Time Magic Robe. After all, the Time Magic Robe was a supreme divine tool left behind by an extremely powerful emperor. Yi Shiwen wasn't a tool spirit, so he couldn't display its full power. However, it was enough to subdue the enemy. Bang! Freedom Heaven took a direct hit from Yi Shiwen, and blood spurted out of the corner of his mouth. He had suffered a huge loss in the physical confrontation with Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had used the time magic robe as a protection, and he had smashed the defense cast by the Great Freedom Talisman. Countless runes had emerged on the surface of the Freedom Talisman. Yi Shiwen, don't be too arrogant. You'll die today if you force my real body to come here. Freedom Heaven kept retreating as he roared again and again. He had never fought such a stifling battle. It had made him feel suffocated. He wouldn't have believed that someone could force him to this extent if he hadn't come here. And this was because he lacked a Tao tool. And this was the fundamental reason why he had been suppressed today. Therefore, he had become even more obsessed with Tao tools. After all, he wouldn't be suppressed like this again if he had a Tao tool. It was unforgivable even if it was only his doppelganger that was being suppressed by someone else. Force you. A sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth. I'm not forcing you. I want to kill you. You want your real body to come here? Ha 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 ha. I want to see how you'll come here. A trace of panic flashed in Freedom Heaven's eyes. Indeed, Yi Shiwen had guessed it. It was impossible for his real body to come here so easily. Otherwise, he would have come here with his real body, instead of just a doppelganger. After all, relatively speaking, Yi Shiwen was only a little bit of a problem, and the Allied Forces headquarters was the real problem. In these past 100 years, if it could be said that they had caught the Allied forces of the various races off guard, then now the old fellows of the various races that were hiding in the myriad heavens realm had already appeared. If he dared to leave the Allied forces of the various races and come to kill Yi Shiwen, the entire Tian clan Allied forces would die under the siege of those old fellows. This was not a joke. The celestial race could contend against the various races in the heavens, but it didn't mean that the alliance had no power to fight back. Although he was the strongest person in the world, he was not an emperor. It was impossible for him to be invincible. There were still some old fellows in the alliance that made him feel very afraid. How could he not know? This was exactly what Yi Shiwen had expected. It was impossible for his real body to come here so easily, unless he planned to sacrifice those of the same race for Yi Shiwen alone. That was simply impossible. Humph, you are so insolent. Sooner or later, you will pay the price. Freedom, Heaven roared. Today he had been pushed to an unprecedented point by Yi Shiwen. The anger in his heart kept bursting out. Pay the price? There is no such person in the world. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were rotated. It was contaminated with the power of time, and it burst out with a terrifying brilliance. There were even solid crystals boiling in it. That was the solid form of time, and it could injure people in an instant. Freedom Heaven roared again and again, and the great Freedom Talisman burst out with an unimaginable light. However, it was still defeated by Yi Shiwen's punch. Their spiritual power was simply not on the same level. Even if he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to help, he couldn't make up for the gap. At this moment, he realized that he had miscalculated this time. Pucci! The power of 6 paths of reincarnation hit his chest, and it raged on his chest, directly blasting him away. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent, but he didn't show any mercy. He rushed out and grabbed the sword intention in his hand. Then he slashed down from the sky and was about to behead Freedom Heaven. He was burning the Emperor Source every minute and every second. Even Yi Shiwen, who was used to being extravagant, felt distressed at this rate. He could save a lot of things if he ended the battle a second earlier. Bang! The sword intention fell again and directly blasted on Freedom Heaven's body. It instantly broke his defense and made him scream in pain. He felt as if his body would explode on the spot. The great Freedom Talisman burst out with light and stabilized his body, so he didn't explode on the spot. At this moment, his movements had weakened due to his injuries. He couldn't keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed, even if he used a secret technique. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of him, and his hands were emitting endless golden light. He wanted to tear Freedom Heaven apart. His whole body was spurting blood. Yi Shiwen, I'll make you pay the price even if I die. Freedom Heaven roared, and a rare fanaticism appeared in his eyes. The power in his body instantly boiled, and he wanted to self-destruct. He was just a doppelganger. Although this would cause him to suffer a lot of losses, he was not afraid. Anyway, it was just a doppelganger. It would be best if he could kill Yi Shiwen. He had to pay a price to kill Yi Shiwen. For him, he would lose some face. However, even if he lost face, it was better than letting Yi Shiwen grow and become a thorn in his side. You want to self-destruct? You're thinking too much. Yi Shiwen roared. His entire body was flowing with 7 colored lights. His entire body looked like a glazed statue. His big hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Great Freedom Heaven's body. The terrifying power of time displayed its terrifying power. Time had unexpectedly reversed. The power of his big explosion was forced back into his body bit by bit. He suddenly spouted a mouthful of blood, and the power of the backlash instantly injured Freedom Heaven to the extreme. Chapter 28:17. He had unleashed all of his power to the extreme when he had self-detonated. But now, Yi Shiwen had used the power of time to force it back little by little. One could well imagine how serious the damage would be. Only a small part of the energy that had been unleashed had erupted in his body, but it was enough to seriously injure him. Puff! Great Freedom Heavens spouted a mouthful of blood and sprayed it all over the world. Dragon scales had appeared on his body. This was a sign that he had lost control of his body after sustaining such a serious injury. But it was useless even if he had realized this, because he had been caught by Yi Shiwen. He wanted to struggle, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen's big hand was like an iron hoop that had bound him. He didn't have the strength to break free after sustaining such a serious injury. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen was getting stronger. It seemed as if he could sense the transformation every minute and every second. This was what scared him the most. Yi Shiwen sneered. He spread his big hand and directly grabbed Great Freedom Heaven's body. You want the Great Freedom Talisman. Great Freedom Heavens reacted immediately. He immediately understood what Yi Shiwen wanted. He couldn't help but become angry. In his opinion, this was treason. Yi Shiwen had dared to covet his Great Freedom Talisman. Humph, so what? Yi Shiwen sneered. His big hand directly penetrated Great Freedom Heaven's body. The Great Freedom Talisman was glowing in the depths of his body. Yi Shiwen grabbed it, and it continued to struggle. It seemed as if it wanted to escape. It's useless. Yi Shiwen said seal, and sealed the Great Freedom Talisman. Bang! Yi Shiwen's big hand grabbed Great Freedom Heaven's body, and his spirit exploded. His flesh and blood filled the sky on the spot, and was absorbed by Yi Shiwen's time robe. Yi Shiwen held the Great Freedom Talisman in his other hand. It was constantly emitting golden rays of light. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. His entire mind had penetrated into the Great Freedom Talisman. It seemed as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. At the same time, outside the Alliance headquarters, in the headquarters of the army of the Heavenly Clan, Great Freedom Heaven suddenly opened his eyes. His face, which had never changed since ancient times, showed a look of anger. How dare he? How dare he? Freedom Heaven flew into a rage. He had already sensed the tragic death of his doppelganger. It was truly a tragic death. He was still suffering humiliation even at the moment of his death. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had seized his freedom talisman. This was an extraordinary humiliation. He now had an impulse to fly out to find Yi Shiwen and execute him. However, he clearly felt that as soon as his aura broke out, several auras immediately soared into the sky from the Alliance headquarters, facing him from a distance. Obviously, he had been targeted by the Alliance headquarters. Although he had held back a few of the old monsters in the Allied forces headquarters and did not dare to go out and exterminate the other Tian clan allied forces. On the other hand, wasn't he also being held back by those old monsters? From this point of view, it was really hard to say which side suffered more. Just like now, he had suffered a great loss, but had no choice but to act himself. No, this kid is so powerful. If I let him go, he will inevitably become a big trouble for my clan. I must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will become a big trouble for me sooner or later. The killing intent in his heart became more intense. He had seen Yi Shiwen's performance. In such a short time, Yi Shiwen was able to replicate his method. This was simply unheard of. Coupled with the fact that Yi Shiwen had risen in such a short time, this was already an extremely dangerous sign in his opinion. Perhaps Yi Shiwen could really achieve a very profound level in the future. Men, summon the old ancestors here. He roared loudly. At this time, outside the battlefield, many experts of the Hidden Alliance were dumbfounded. They did not know what the mystery was, but they only saw that Yi Shiwen had easily defeated Freedom Heaven. Even if it was just a spirit incarnation, it was still an unimaginable existence for them. The reputation of the Great Freedom Heaven was too resounding. They had heard of it regardless of whether they were willing or not. This name alone was enough to make the allied forces of the various races lose their courage upon hearing it. However, such a person had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. Yes, it was a crushing defeat. It was not a narrow defeat. In fact, it meant that Yi Shiwen didn't even have the strength to fight back. At this time, even some people who had been disloyal to Yi Shiwen were gone. They had either been eliminated or hidden in the deepest part of the Hidden Alliance. They could only obey Yi Shiwen's orders as long as he was alive. It was impossible for them to turn the situation around. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen could have easily killed them with his strength. This was without a doubt. Many people were envious of Yi Shiwen. Why has such a person appeared in the Hidden Valley? Their hidden alliance will prosper for a long time under Yi Shiwen's leadership. In fact, it won't be impossible for them to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor's inheritance someday. No one had ever achieved such a thing. However, wasn't Yi Shiwen already walking on this path? He had already fulfilled many of the necessary conditions. Perhaps he would also have the possibility of success in the future. Many people began to get a little excited as they thought of this. Normally, the inheritance of the imperial monarch was something that they could only hope for. But now, perhaps they might really be able to compare with the inheritance of the imperial monarch one day. Just this alone was sufficient to make many people submit to him, not to mention that Yi Shiwen possessed such formidable strength. So, they had no choice but to submit to him. The battle was over at this time. However, no one dared to approach him. Firstly, the aftermath of the battle was still wreaking havoc. Secondly, it seemed that Yi Shiwen was still in the state of enlightenment. So, no one dared to disturb him at this time. They were also powerful experts. So, they naturally knew how important enlightenment was for an expert. So, they didn't dare to rashly approach and disturb him. Yi Shiwen finally opened his eyes after a long time. The great freedom talisman in his hand had turned into ashes with a bang. A look of pity flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that this great freedom talisman is a defective product. He had thoroughly absorbed this great freedom talisman. So, he naturally felt that this great freedom talisman wasn't the real great freedom talisman. In fact, it might be a defective product that the great freedom heavens had refined at the same time. Or it might have been an experimental product. The power of this great freedom heavens talisman was also enormous. In fact, it could even support the battle between the great freedom heavens and Yi Shiwen. However, a fake was still a fake. It couldn't be compared with the real thing. However, it still contained the great freedom heavens' understanding of the Great Way. It could be said that it was an eye-opener for Yi Shiwen. It turned out that the depths of the Great Way were like this. It turned out that it could be used in this way. Yi Shiwen's stagnant understanding of the Great Way had suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. It could even be said that his understanding of the Great Freedom Talisman would be comparable to that of the Great Freedom Heaven if he could comprehend it thoroughly. His cultivation would skyrocket by then. However, his harvest was big enough. Yi Shiwen felt that he had finally touched that realm. That realm was called the Quasi-Emperor Realm. It was the last realm before the Emperor Realm. He would become one of the strongest experts in the world once he successfully crossed it. His fighting strength would also become more powerful, and it would be upgraded to another level. However, he wasn't fully prepared yet. It would be a huge destruction to the entire Hidden Valley if he were to attract the Quasi-Emperor tribulation. Yi Shiwen made up his mind. He would first go to the headquarters of the Allied forces to understand the current situation. Then he would look for a secret place to cross the tribulation. He knew very well that it would be impossible for him not to attract the attention of the heavenly race after this battle. He didn't dare to cross the tribulation near the Hidden Valley. Otherwise, the aftermath of his tribulation would destroy the entire Hidden Valley. He wasn't an ordinary quasi-emperor. So his tribulation would naturally be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. In addition, if the heavenly race sent people to stop him, there would be another huge battle. He needed to make arrangements and preparations in advance. He had to think of all aspects. Otherwise, if he only thought about this problem when he was crossing the tribulation, he might die. He also needed to invite helpers to cross the tribulation. There were still many things he needed to do. He wasn't alone now. No one would come to find trouble with him. Of course, the most ideal situation would be to enter the martial sect or the emperor's inheritance to cross the tribulation. He could also borrow the help of their formations and heritage. Of course, the probability of that was very low. No matter how good his relationship with the martial sect was, it was impossible for him to get the opportunity to enter and cross the tribulation. The destruction of the quasi-emperor tribulation was too great. It was only possible if it was one of their own. Yi Shiwen sighed slightly. Those who didn't come from the emperor's inheritance were indeed at a disadvantage in all aspects. For example, if he wanted to cross the tribulation now, he would have to consider a lot. If he was a martial sect disciple, he wouldn't have to consider these things at all. Naturally, the old antiques of the martial sect would support him and solve his problems. In many cases, a powerful force was indeed very useful. Yi Shiwen restrained his mind and forcibly suppressed his restless martial power. Then he returned to the Hidden Valley and returned to his throne. The people of the Hidden Alliance returned one after another. They were no longer as arrogant and unruly as before. This battle had thoroughly made them understand how huge the gap between them and Yi Shiwen was. "I've made a fool of myself. Someone actually planned to make a big fuss in our alliance meeting. Fortunately, the final problem has been solved," Yi Shiwen said lightly. He didn't regard this as a big problem. However, this made everyone feel that he was exceptionally enigmatic. He could easily defeat the great Freedom Heavens. This was something that they couldn't guess. Chapter 28:18. Yi Shiwen didn't overestimate the importance of Great Freedom Heaven. After all, he had already defeated her. It was useless to overestimate her. However, in the eyes of others, this was a symbol of his strength. Many kings were still digesting this shocking fact. Yi Shiwen had killed the incarnation of Great Freedom Heaven. Even if it was just an incarnation, no one had ever heard of such a thing. This in itself was a miracle. Yi Shiwen's momentum of rise was so fierce that even the divine kings and divine lords who were used to seeing storms trembled. His speed was too fast. However, at the same time, his confidence in the entire secret alliance had increased by quite a lot. This wasn't an alliance that had a fraction of the ordinary 10 great divine kings. Instead, it had the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor. To an alliance, this was extremely important. Without such a guarantee, how could they compete with the world? With this interference, the alliance meeting was not interrupted. Instead, it was completed with an even more amazing result. This time, even without Great Freedom Heaven, Yi Shiwen would still find a way to deal with the troublemakers. He naturally understood the principle of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. He was waiting to see if anyone dared to come out. Now, with Great Freedom Heaven, the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had far exceeded the original expectations. Because it was no longer killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. It was killing the monkeys to scare the chickens. During the alliance meeting, everyone's scope of responsibility was divided and the organization's hierarchy was reestablished. The highest position was naturally Yi Shiwen, followed by the Deputy Alliance Master King. The remaining divine kings were all elders of the Secret Alliance. Apart from the elders of the Secret Alliance, the rest were divine lords. They were considered the main force and pillars of the entire Secret Alliance. After all, it was impossible to let the elders and the Alliance Master do everything. There was already a framework for this. They just needed to wait for Yi Shiwen, the Alliance Master, to make the final confirmation. After solving these problems, this alliance meeting was considered to have come to an end. Basically, most of the forces of the various sects of the alliance had been taken into the alliance headquarters. It was no longer a loose alliance like before. Instead, it was a tighter alliance. The various sects of the alliance also had the authority to restrict and dispatch the forces of various sections. This was a very important change. As a result, the secret alliance had become more powerful. It could be said that its cohesion had reached a new level. Originally, many divine kings were very reluctant to hand over their power. However, after seeing Yi Shiwen wipe out the Great Freedom King in one battle, they didn't have any other thoughts. One by one, they handed over a portion of their authority. Of course, they had to hand over all of their authority. That would require time to slowly adjust, and it was impossible for them to take over all of their authority at once. Yi Shiwen didn't stop to rest after completing the entire alliance meeting. He went straight to the alliance headquarters. Compared to 100 years ago, it was completely different. 100 years ago, the Tian clan had just been released and they invaded everywhere. It could be said that their invasion was like fire, and the 10,000 worlds were caught off guard. And now, after hundreds of years, all the major forces had completely recovered and stabilized. Although the celestial race had occupied a large portion of the universe, there were no signs of further collapse. Although the flames of war were not as intense as before, the battles between the two sides for many strategic locations were more bloody and cruel. The repeated battles of a world required countless troops to be invested. This kind of battle for position was the most bloody and competitive. It was no longer effective for a single person's surprise attack. Battles between large armies were common in the past hundreds of years. Military experts emerged endlessly from all over the world. Such a chaotic world was the battlefield for their cultivation. They could get the most abundant growth in the chaos of war. The road from the Alliance headquarters to the Hidden Valley was relatively calm in general. The Tian clan didn't harass everywhere because they would wait for the Alliance forces to react and launch a large-scale battle. Then, the Tian clan wouldn't have so many troops scattered. Both sides were obviously planning to finish the battle in one go. Surprise attacks everywhere wouldn't help to solve the opponent's main force, and it wouldn't solve the whole problem. However, because they were afraid of the strength of the other side, neither side acted rashly. In other words, they were still gathering their strength and striving to solve the other side in one go. Yi Shiwen quickly arrived at the Alliance headquarters. At this time, the Alliance headquarters had been divided into two worlds. One side was the Alliance headquarters, and the other side was the current base camp of the Tian clan. It was built directly outside the Alliance headquarters, and it was tit for tat. Obviously, the Tian clan intended to block the Alliance headquarters. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and traces of fighting could be seen everywhere. Although the armies of both sides didn't make a move, the collisions of small-scale patrols could be seen constantly. Yi Shiwen had just arrived at the battlefield, and he clearly felt that several quasi-emperor-level divine senses swept over. Obviously, the entire battlefield was under their surveillance, so that they wouldn't be caught off guard. However, they only swept a little. At this time, Yi Shiwen was only showing the strength of a peak divine king. Although it was worth paying attention, it wasn't enough to change the balance of the battlefield. Naturally, they didn't feel anything. Yi Shiwen looked at the tents of both sides. The fortresses were like the sands of the Ganges River, endless. The war potential of both sides had been stimulated to the extreme. But because there was no Emperor King level master in charge, they didn't have the ability to break the formation alone. The Great Freedom Heaven was so arrogant, but it was only able to retreat from the Alliance headquarters unscathed. It couldn't break the formation at all. Yi Shiwen was a high-level member of the Alliance, so he naturally had a way to enter. However, when he entered, he saw a large group of people coming out of the Alliance headquarters, and the person leading was none other than the nightmare that Yi Shiwen had defeated previously. Seeing Yi Shiwen now, it was like meeting an enemy, and its eyes were exceptionally red. "It's you!" The nightmare immediately recognized Yi Shiwen, and its eyes turned red. Yi Shiwen defeated it, broke the heaven-devouring devil jar, and snatched the word devil from it. To it, this was a great humiliation, and even the entire original demon clan suffered a great humiliation. "So it's you." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and didn't take it to heart. Many years ago, he wasn't afraid of the nightmare, and 100 years later, he naturally had even less to worry about. "Yi Shiwen, you still dare to show up?" The nightmare's eyes suddenly bloomed with bursts of intense light. The entire army's advance stopped because of this unforeseen event. Everyone was a little puzzled. What's wrong with the nightmare? Why is he releasing such shocking hostility? Why wouldn't I dare to show up? Is the Alliance headquarters already under the control of the original demon clan? Yi Shiwen sneered. I advise you not to ask for a snub. If you want to fight, then I can accompany you. 100 years ago, you weren't my match, and even more so now. The nightmare was immediately seething with anger, and it was burning with rage. Yi Shiwen didn't even bother to look at him, although he looked very pitiful. But 100 years ago, if he couldn't stop him, he didn't know how he would have been dealt with. The competition in this world was so cruel. Yi Shiwen, don't be too arrogant. In this world, there will always be people who can deal with you. If you're too arrogant, there will be a day when you'll receive retribution. The nightmare's eyes instantly turned into demon eyes. Retribution. Ha ha ha, you actually believe this? Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Nightmare, you're also a veteran quasi-emperor. You know what's right and wrong in this matter. I don't want to say anything more. Right now, a great enemy is in front of us. Otherwise, do you think you can keep your life? Yi Shiwen, what did you say? The nightmare's eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Nightmare, this is the brat who defeated you? He's really arrogant. At this moment, a proud voice came from afar. In just a moment, a few figures walked over from afar and directly arrived in front of the two. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw 2 old men and an old woman. Every one of them looked extremely ugly. Among the 2 old men, one had pitch-black scales all over his body, while the other had the appearance of a human, but his face was full of wrinkles, and he was basically skin and bones. Heavenly monster, 3 elders. Yi Shiwen immediately stated the origins of these 3 people. To him, these 3 people weren't difficult to distinguish. They were really too famous. Among so many quasi-emperors, they were considered prominent. Originally, the 3 of them weren't like this. After all, as dignified extraordinary figures, maintaining a youthful appearance wasn't difficult at all. Even if some people didn't care about these changes to their skin and flesh, it was rare for them to become so ugly. However, these 3 people were an exception. The 3 of them could be said to be of the same breadth and branches. Basically, wherever they went, the 3 of them could be seen together. Thus, as time passed, the 3 of them began to gradually become famous. However, the thing that really made them famous was that the 3 of them had entered a secret realm together. No one knew what they had accidentally eaten, but they ended up like this. However, their cultivation had improved greatly. They had advanced from an ordinary peak divine king to a quasi-emperor level expert in one go. However, although they knew that there was such a fortuitous encounter, ordinary people rarely tried it, because although they could enter the quasi-emperor realm, there was no possibility of advancing further. Basically, divine kings wouldn't choose this path, because unlike mortals, the life of a god was endless. Sooner or later, they would break through, so there was no need to do such a thing. Of course, it was also because the heavenly monster 3 elders were tight-lipped about this matter. They wouldn't say anything to anyone who asked, so the specific situation became a kind of secret that no one knew. Moreover, although the 3 of them couldn't advance further, the 3 of them were of the same breath. This was also why many people were unwilling to provoke them. Chapter 28:19. If it was only one of them, it would not be so difficult to deal with. However, when the 3 of them were like brothers, advancing and retreating together, the problem became very troublesome. Even quasi-emperors who were stronger than them would not be willing to provoke the 3 of them if they joined forces. Moreover, because the 3 of them could not improve, their tempers had become very surly. Ordinary people would really want to avoid them as far as possible if they met them. Therefore, they were usually so unscrupulous. Many people hated them, but they could not do anything to them. So you still know us. Hee, what a handsome young man. At this time, the old woman spoke, her eyes shining. At this time, although Yi Shiwen's appearance was not particularly outstanding, the more his cultivation deepened, the more he naturally had an indescribable charm. No peerless handsome man could compare to him. The old woman was like an old glutton who had not eaten for many years, her eyes shining. A look of disgust flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. This old woman's reputation was also very bad. It was unknown how many gigolos she kept on a daily basis. Each and every one of them was a famous handsome man in their respective clans. Many of them had been caught by her, but some of them had volunteered. After all, not everyone had the qualifications and ability to be a gigolos for a quasi-emperor. However, it was fine if she was looking for someone else, but she actually dared to look for him. She was really courting death. Did she really think that he was an ordinary god? Old witch, I advise you not to look for trouble, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, "What?" The old woman's body suddenly became cold, and her expression was extremely ugly. At this time, her originally ugly face became even uglier. How could she not know that her face was ugly? However, after becoming like this, not only did she not stop, on the contrary, she became even more aggressive. Her mood was surly. She knew that she was ugly, but she did not hide it. She insisted that each and every one of her gigolos be outstanding and beheaded them all if they did not go her way. She never tolerated disobedience, and in her eyes, Yi Shiwen was not much better. At this moment, seeing that Yi Shiwen actually dared to talk to her like this, her expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Yi Shiwen did not give her the slightest face, and immediately said, "Humph, I think you are also old and don't remember things. Do you think that I am your gigolos? You can do whatever you want." "Kid, I think you're definitely going to be my gigolo," the old woman said with an ugly expression. Her robes fluttered and her shriveled body could be vaguely seen. What a joke! Heavenly strange three elders! Are you going to refuse my kindness? Yi Shiwen saw that the other two old men were actually surrounding him at the same time and seemed to be besieging him. Others are afraid of you because they find you troublesome, like stinky dog shit, and are unwilling to step on you. But if you fall into my hands, then you won't have a choice. What an arrogant brat. Nightmare, no wonder you want to take care of him. Today, we heavenly monsters, three elders, will help you teach this brat a lesson and let him understand the immensity of heaven and earth. At that moment, Elder So, one of the heavenly freak trio, spoke up. The scales all over his body were trembling, and they emitted waves of black light. That's right, brat, in this world, it's not your turn to be arrogant. Elder So also began to speak at that moment. Nightmare had no intention of participating. He also had matters to attend to and could not delay here. Moreover, he did not like the heavenly freak trio and hated Yi Shiwen even more. It would naturally be best if both sides fought to the death. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen would definitely win in a one-on-one battle. The heavenly freak trio could not even defeat him, let alone Yi Shiwen, who defeated him. If Yi Shiwen was defeated in their hands, it would be a huge joke. However, the situation would be completely different if the three of them joined hands. In fact, even Yi Shiwen would have an incomparable headache. He knew very well that the three of them had been working together for millions of years. So, they had a set of joint attack techniques that allowed them to advance and retreat at the same time. In fact, they were even more tyrannical than the three of them. Even Yi Shiwen wouldn't be willing to provoke them. So, it would be good to let Yi Shiwen suffer a little. It would be best if he could find a way to take back the word demon. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to his ancestors. Heavenly Freak Trio, it seems like you've overestimated yourselves. Fine, I'll tell you today what kind of enemy you can't afford to provoke. Yi Shiwen sneered. What an arrogant brat. The Heavenly Freak Trio attacked instantly. The three of them spoke at the same time, but it was as if they were one person's voice. The three of them were like brothers, and of one mind very easily. This was something that could only be achieved after tens of thousands of years of tacit understanding. It was difficult to tell which side was the real leader, or perhaps all three of them were the real leader. Rumble. Three terrifying forces instantly swept away everything and rushed over. The power of the three of them intertwined together and expanded continuously. The three of them attacked together and did not intend to underestimate Yishuin. Although the three of them had a bad temper, they were not stupid. The news of Yi Shiwen defeating Nightmare spread quickly in the quasi-emperor circle. The fastest way to become famous was to step on the corpses of old people. Unfortunately, Nightmare became such a person. So Yi Shiwen also received the attention of many people. Although the three of them were very strong when they joined forces, they knew that Nightmare was very strong and was far from an ordinary quasi-emperor. Moreover, he had the incomplete, devouring heaven demon jar in his hand. In the same realm, he was basically invincible. But even so, he was still defeated by Yi Shiwen. It was imaginable how powerful Yi Shiwen was. If they still dared to underestimate Yi Shiwen, then they were not confident and unruly, but clearly idiots. The power of the three seemed to have reversed the power of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were shocked, and the entire alliance headquarters was instantly shaken. In an instant, countless experts swept their divine senses over. The attack of three quasi-emperor level experts had completely alarmed the entire coalition army headquarters. Many people even thought that the sky race had attacked and were extremely nervous for a moment. Yi Shiwen did not dodge or evade. He took the combined attack of the three people head-on. Rumble. The entire world was shaking violently. The army that had gathered together was actually starting to be thrown into disarray by the spreading aura. The huge aura condensed by the powerful army was also scattered. Ordinary god kings did not dare to rush into the formation at all. They would be killed by this terrifying army. But a quasi-emperor was different. A quasi-emperor level expert could surpass such an existence. Nightmare hurriedly dispersed his aura, protecting the army within it. Otherwise, the entire army would scatter. All of these attacks fell on Yi Shiwen's body. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. All of them were absorbed by Yi Shiwen. It was as if Yi Shiwen's body had thousands of big mouths, and all of their attacks were completely swallowed. Is the legendary heavenly monster three elders only at this level? That's really disappointing. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Impossible. The old woman said in disbelief. In her opinion, it was simply impossible. When the three of them joined forces, even nightmares would be defeated, even with the devouring devil jar. Yet Yi Shiwen actually withstood their attacks without moving at all. This was simply the most unbelievable thing. The other two were also in disbelief. They were the clearest about their attacks. At the same time, they knew very well that they did not hold back at all. Even so, they were still unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, they felt a chill in their hearts. Only at this level. That's ridiculous. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. The pressure that the heavenly monster three elders gave Yi Shiwen was not even worth mentioning compared to Nightmare, let alone the pressure that the great freedom heaven gave Yi Shiwen. After all, it was just an external force that entered the quasi-emperor realm. It was far from being a match for experts who had truly entered the quasi-emperor realm. The only thing that made people a little afraid was the number of people. But this number was nothing to the current Yi Shiwen. He knew that many people's divine senses were sweeping over. Among them, there was no lack of people who wanted to see how much of a quasi-emperor's combat power was fake. In this world, only those who had enough strength had enough right to speak. There were also many people who ridiculed him for establishing the Hidden Alliance. They did not take him seriously at all, and some even had the idea of attacking him from behind. Even if they were under the banner of the Allied forces, the conflicts between the various forces would not disappear. They were just temporarily hidden. As long as you can take one punch from me, I will immediately admit defeat, turn around, and leave. Yi Shiwen shouted, "What, bastard! You underestimate us too much." The old woman suddenly became furious. It would have been fine if any of them were not a match for him. After so many years, they had long known that because their combat power was not good, they had to work together. Only by joining forces could the three of them have a foothold in the quasi-emperor circle. But now, Yi Shiwen actually dared to say one punch. The three of them were famous. Could it be that they could not even take one punch from him? At the same time, the quasi-emperors who were watching the battle in the dark were also secretly surprised. This Yi Shiwen is a little too arrogant. Even if the heavenly monster three elders are slightly weaker and are not considered powerful quasi-emperors, they should still be able to take one punch from him. He is still too arrogant. These young juniors are more arrogant than the previous one. It's really ridiculous. I would like to see how he can make the heavenly monster three elders unable to take one punch. Whether I am looking down on you or not, take one punch from me first. Chapter 28:20. Whether or not I'm looking down on you, you'll have to take my punch first. Yi Shiwen's voice seemed to come from all directions at the same time. All the aura on his body instantly swelled up, forming a terrifying aura pillar that soared into the sky. This terrifying aura instantly alarmed both the allied forces and the celestial race allied forces. The aura of an expert who had reached the quasi-emperor level could easily shake the entire battlefield. Even in an extremely chaotic environment, it could not be concealed. This is... Damn it! It's that human named Yi Shiwen. Mahesvara suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately recognized Yi Shiwen's aura. He had just fought with Yi Shiwen with his doppelganger. How could he not recognize Yi Shiwen's aura? He actually dares to come here. At this time, Mahesvara's eyes suddenly burst out bursts of brilliance. His killing intent swept across. In an instant, it seemed as if countless galaxies had collapsed in his eyes because of his anger. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He couldn't let this kind of scourge continue to exist. Although he could not leave the battlefield, the situation was naturally completely different if Yi Shiwen came to this battlefield. He could completely kill Yi Shiwen on the battlefield. His real body and his doppelganger were not the same concept at all. The strength of his real body was more than 100 times that of his doppelganger. He was confident that he could easily kill Yi Shiwen. Although he was extremely angry now, he didn't act rashly because he knew that if he couldn't kill Yi Shiwen in one go because he acted rashly, then it wouldn't be so easy for Yi Shiwen to kill him the next time Yi Shiwen was on guard. After all, this was not the Hidden Valley. In the Allied Forces headquarters, there were still existences that even he was afraid of. It was impossible for him to act unscrupulously. Even he himself did not realize that he had already regarded Yi Shiwen as a thorn in his side. He wanted to get rid of Yi Shiwen as soon as possible. It was not just that kind of fear, but also a kind of worry. He was worried that Yi Shiwen would grow out of control. In other words, even he himself was a little afraid and uncertain about Yi Shiwen's future. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch. The powerful fist power instantly tore the sky and covered the world in an instant. It swept away everything in its path. Suddenly, the 3 heavenly freaks elders felt Yi Shiwen's terrifying strength. They could already feel the unparalleled pressure before the fist energy even arrived. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The heavenly monsters, 3 elders, roared again and again. Even quasi-emperor level experts like them could not withstand it and had the urge to kneel down. They were suppressed by the fist force, and the surrounding laws were not under their control at all. They were out of their control in an instant. Yi Shiwen's comprehension of the heavenly way was far inferior to that of the great freedom heaven. Therefore, he had been completely suppressed in terms of the principles. However, the situation was completely different now. They were quasi-emperors, and Yi Shiwen was only a god king. However, their comprehension of the heavenly way was inferior to Yi Shiwen's. In an instant, he felt as if all the laws around him had been stripped of his control. This was something that had never happened before. This sudden change caused them to panic a little and become flustered. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The old woman's hoarse voice kept roaring. Her whole body was spewing out spiritual power, and she was desperately resisting. However, it was useless. Even if they joined forces, they could not withstand Yi Shiwen's attack. Bang! Yi Shiwen's offensive easily fell on their bodies. The defense that the three of them had put up together was completely useless. In an instant, it was shattered. Many of the divine artifacts instantly shattered. Immediately afterwards, the three of them were struck by the punch, and they were instantly sent flying. Puff! 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 The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies directly blasted into the Alliance headquarters like a group of meteors. One punch, just one punch. Suddenly, it seemed as if the entire battlefield quieted down in an instant. In particular, the army that was preparing for the expedition was suddenly shocked by this unforeseen event. Yi Shiwen's strength was too strong. 3 quasi-emperors couldn't even take a single punch from him. Am I seeing things? A god king was dumbfounded. He felt like he was scared out of his wits. At the most critical moment, he was almost scared to death. The heavenly monster 3 elders could only be regarded as the bottom among the quasi-emperors. However, that was only among the quasi-emperors. For them, they were still high and mighty existences. Now, they were told that such powerful experts were actually sent flying by one punch. How could they accept this? It was simply subverting their worldview. Even the Nightmare, who was also a quasi-emperor, was dumbfounded and his whole body was trembling. He vaguely remembered that Yi Shiwen was not so strong in the past. He was not even half as strong as he was now. How could he be so strong in just a few years? This was really incredible. In these years, in order to take revenge, he had also cultivated very hard. Coupled with the tempering on the battlefield, he had actually cultivated to the peak of the early stage of quasi-emperor in a short time. He thought that his strength was enough to be on par with Yi Shiwen. He was thinking about when he could take back the word devil from Yi Shiwen and send him to eternal hell. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen had actually improved to this point? Compared to Yi Shiwen's progress, his little progress was nothing at all. It was ridiculous that he had previously wanted to take back the word devil from Yi Shiwen. Now that he thought about it, it was simply wishful thinking. There was no possibility at all. As time passed, the probability of him seizing the word devil from Yi Shiwen became lower. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen's strength would only become stronger and his chances would become slimmer. How could he be so strong? The Nightmare still couldn't believe it. Even if he had great luck, this kind of progress speed was a little too shocking. At this moment, his mind was already blank and he didn't know what to say. He really felt like the sky was falling and the earth was sinking, just like when Yi Shiwen had just taken the word devil. He still clearly remembered that feeling of despair. At this moment, many quasi-emperor big shots in the Alliance headquarters were also speechless for a while. Many people didn't care about this junior who had just joined their circle. But now it seemed that this young junior was not as weak as they thought. In fact, he was even stronger than many of them. He was not a quasi-emperor, but he was better than a quasi-emperor. Yi Shiwen's appearance in front of everyone this time could be said to be extremely amazing. No one could treat him as an insignificant nobody anymore. In the eyes of many people, it was simply a self-formed alliance of jumping clowns. Now it didn't seem so ridiculous. Perhaps it still lacked a certain foundation, but a strong leader was enough to make up for many shortcomings. Many divine senses that had been locked on Yi Shiwen's body had also quietly withdrawn. They might not have had a problem with this if he had been a weakling. However, they had dared to lock their divine senses on an expert. This was undoubtedly a kind of provocation. With just a punch, Yi Shiwen had established his position. They didn't dare to treat Yi Shiwen as a weak person anymore. Instead, they treated him as a fellow who they could communicate with and discuss Tao with. That was enough. Yi Shiwen's goal had also been achieved. This was his most fundamental goal. Some positions were not given by others, but fought for by oneself. After sending the heavenly monsters, 3 elders, flying with one punch, Yi Shiwen was expressionless. It was as if he had done something insignificant and had no difficulty at all. Then he quickly walked into the Alliance headquarters. No one dared to stop him. After entering, Yi Shiwen immediately went to find the Flame Lord. As the liaison between the Hidden Valley and the Hidden Alliance in the Alliance headquarters, the Flame Lord still had a lot of things to do. Fortunately, he could split out an avatar to handle them. His original body was still cultivating. In just over 100 years, his cultivation level had improved a lot. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the mid-stage king-ranked realm. Now, he had broken through to the late-stage king-ranked realm. Although it wasn't very stable yet, he was already considered an expert among the many godly kings. He wasn't at the bottom. His authority in the entire Alliance headquarters had also increased greatly. Junior brother Yi, you were very impressive just now. Ha ha ha, that was very satisfying. The Flame Lord's smile was still very bright. They are just a few blind ghosts. Yi Shiwen said nonchalantly. Only Junior brother would dare to say such words. The few people you mentioned are all powerful quasi-emperors. There are not many people in the entire universe who would dare to say that they can suppress them. The Flame Lord laughed loudly. It seemed like only Yi Shiwen would dare to say that quasi-thearchs were just ordinary ghosts, even if they were quasi-thearchs who had ascended unconventionally. Senior brother, I am here mainly to understand the recent situation. Yi Shiwen asked. He was planning to go into seclusion in the near future. However, he was really worried about the current situation. The heavenly race was giving him a lot of pressure, especially the whereabouts of the rebellious D. It was a mystery and had become the biggest hidden danger for the Alliance army. Without a Tharch around, both sides could still fight to a draw. However, once a Tharch got involved, the entire situation would change because of one person. Recently, the situation has stabilized. However, the number of deaths and injuries is even more serious than before. The Flame Lord said, especially our Hidden Valley. We have suffered even more casualties. Less than 1/3 of the disciples who have come to train over the years have survived. Chapter 28-21. Why are there so many losses? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He was well-read and could be said to be an all-rounder. He was also well-versed in military matters. It was normal for 2 armies to suffer slightly more losses in a battle, but if the losses were more than half, then it could already be considered a bloody battle. But if the losses were more than 2/3, then this was no longer a bloody battle, but a battle to the death. In 1 or 2 battles, it was not strange for them to fight to the death when they encountered strong opponents or were surrounded. But if they suffered such high losses over a long period of time, then it was completely abnormal. If this ratio was used to calculate the losses of the entire coalition army, then it could even be said that the entire coalition army had collapsed on the spot without needing to fight. But according to what he saw along the way, although the battles between the 2 sides were bloodier and more intense, overall, they were only small skirmishes. They were still at the stage where they continued to exert their strength. Both sides were using their trump cards and reviving their foundation, but this all required time. In other words, it was impossible for such a shocking ratio of casualties to occur at this stage. One look, and one could tell that there was a problem. There's nothing we can do. These few batches of disciples that have been transferred over have all suffered heavy casualties. You know the headquarters of the coalition army. Some of the most dangerous missions are given to ordinary, king-level sects like us to handle. The Lord of Flames said with a bitter smile, if the original coalition army was still under the control of the divine kings, then now the headquarters of the coalition army was already under the control of the quasi-emperors. While the king-level sects were naturally awe-inspiring on normal days, and any of their divine kings could shake the world when they were sent out, they could not be compared to the quasi-emperors at all. They had to listen to the orders of those old quasi-emperors, and they had no right to speak at all. Yi Shiwen was not stupid, and very quickly figured out the problem. Obviously, they were being used as cannon fodder. The king-level sects were usually awe-inspiring, and they even had divine kings to oversee them, who would dare to use them as cannon fodder. But it was different now. Under the righteous cause of fighting against the heavenly race, everyone had to obey the deployment of the higher-ups of the coalition army, and there was no way they could resist. Otherwise, just the crime of offending the sky-reaching clan would be too much to bear, and even a king-level sect could collapse. And in this aspect, the sects that had produced quasi-emperors, or the lineages of the emperor lords, had a natural advantage, and no one could be compared to them. If there was a dangerous mission, they could only do it. Although there was the righteousness of fighting against the Tian clan, this kind of scheming was everywhere and had never stopped. After all, they were old enemies who had fought for millions of years, tens of millions of years. How could it be that easy to put down their grudges at this time? Junior brother, you should know that we, the Hidden Valley, have always believed in independence and not relying on anyone. The Master of Flames said helplessly. Yi Shiwen naturally understood what he meant. Normally, he could rely on his neutral policy to benefit from both sides. Even an emperor's inheritance wouldn't casually offend a king's sect. However, this was a huge problem at this time. Being impartial meant that you wouldn't offend anyone, but at the same time, it also meant that no one would speak up for you. If you died, you would die in vain. In the two battles against the heavens, many sects and races had mysteriously disappeared like this. Entire clans and sects had been annihilated by the heavenly race. In this chaotic world, not having a strong backer was a huge problem in itself. Senior brother, the problem you mentioned is indeed very serious, but I've thought about it. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "Release my words. The normal mission, fighting against the Tian clan, is the unshirkable responsibility of the Hidden Valley. However, if anyone wants to use us as cannon fodder again, then I will let them understand that the Hidden Valley isn't that easy to mess with." "That's great." The Flame Sovereign nodded. The consecutive batches of elite disciples that had been transferred over had suffered shocking losses. To a certain extent, it had dampened the enthusiasm of those disciples. Being transferred over to the headquarters meant death. Who would want to come over in the future? This also made him very distressed, but there was no way to solve it. He was a divine kinglet. Although he seemed to have a good status, he had no right to speak in the Alliance headquarters at this time. However, the situation was different if Yi Shiwen stepped forward. Yi Shiwen, who had just defeated the heavenly monster Three Elders, was now in the limelight. Naturally, Yi Shiwen's words were more useful than the Master of Flames. "I would like to ask, do you know the whereabouts of the NID now?" Yi Shiwen asked. "As far as I know, there isn't. Now that the Masters have returned and taken over the headquarters, the first thing they did was to prioritize the search for the inverse Emperor clan. However, after a few decades, there hasn't been any news at all." The Lord of Flames said, "Those quasi-emperors were naturally not fools. They were also very clear that although the Tian clan army was strong, they couldn't do anything. At worst, it would just be a stalemate. However, if one day the NID became an emperor, then everything would be too late. In the situation where there was no Emperor King, the Alliance's current line of defense would collapse instantly. There was only half a step between a quasi-emperor and an Emperor King, but this half step was like heaven and earth. No one could compete with it." Yi Shiwen sighed slightly. With the protection of those Tian clan experts who were sealed, it would be difficult to find the whereabouts of the NID. Even if they found it, it would be difficult to succeed. The NID, who had the hope of becoming an emperor, would definitely be under strict protection. "Junior brother, you have just come out of seclusion. Are you going to take charge of many things in the Hidden Alliance now?" The Master of Flames asked. "No, there are many things in the Secret Alliance. With the help of all the senior brothers, I am naturally very relieved. My priority now is to focus on my cultivation. Other things are actually trivial." Yi Shiwen asked. That's right. That's true. Junior brother is different from us. For us, on the road of cultivation, it is harder to go further. However, junior brother's strength is extraordinary, and you have not reached the bottleneck yet. Naturally, you should put all your energy into cultivation. In the future, when you achieve the Great Way, we can also benefit from it. The Master of Flames nodded and said with a look of approval. After witnessing Yi Shiwen's cultivation progress by leaps and bounds every once in a while, even someone as calm as him couldn't help but have a crazy thought in his heart. Perhaps Yi Shiwen really has the possibility of further attaining the Great Way. At that time, the entire Hidden Valley would follow Yi Shiwen to the top. This was definitely not a joke. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly and didn't say much. Others might not know, but how could he not know? How could he not have a bottleneck in cultivation? It was just that he constantly had fortuitous encounters that raised his cultivation. That was why it seemed like there were no bottlenecks in the eyes of others. He didn't know when he would stop. In fact, even he was a little looking forward to it. To be able to reach a level that no one had ever reached before, and no one would be able to do so in the future. That would be his greatest wish. I hope that senior brother will keep what I am going to say next a secret, Yi Shiwen said seriously. Junior brother, please speak. The Master of Flames said. I have already cultivated to the peak of the Divine King realm and have touched the peak of this realm. The next step is to attract the Boundary Emperor Tribulation. Only after passing the Boundary Emperor Tribulation will I be able to improve further, Yi Shiwen said. The Master of Flames' expression immediately turned solemn. To divine kings like them, the Boundary Emperor Tribulation was no different from a test of life and death. Many divine kings had never advanced further in their entire lives. It wasn't just because their cultivation and comprehension of realms had not reached that level, but also because they didn't dare to attract the Boundary Emperor Tribulation. That was a terrifying heaven's tribulation that was 100 times more terrifying than the most terrifying God's tribulation. He didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. However, at the same time, he also understood that if he wanted to improve his cultivation, he had to take this step. He finally understood what Yi Shiwen was going to say. If Yi Shiwen was going to undergo the Boundary Emperor Tribulation, it would be a big deal. If it was in the Emperor's inheritance, it might not be a big deal. However, for an ordinary sect like them, it was a big deal. In this matter, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Junior brother, I have been courageous and diligent all the way. Admittedly, I have overcome many obstacles in cultivation, and it can be said that everything has been smooth sailing. However, I have also offended a lot of people because of this. Normally, they wouldn't be able to stir up any waves even if they had the courage to do so. But now, if they get the news that I am crossing the heavenly tribulation and they find the place where I am crossing the heavenly tribulation, then it is likely to lead to a monstrous disaster. Moreover, the Sky Clan is also a huge hidden danger. If they find out about this, they will definitely come and kill me at all costs. As he spoke, Yi Shiwen told the Lord of Flames about how he had just killed Great Freedom Celestial. The Lord of Flames couldn't help but hold his forehead. Although he knew that Yi Shiwen was used to causing trouble, he still underestimated Yi Shiwen's ability to cause trouble. Although Yi Shiwen was the passive party, he was like a magnet that attracted those powerful people one by one. In the past, he had uprooted the Devil Eagle clan. Later, he had obtained the powerful emperor's inheritance of the original demon clan. Now he had killed the clone of Great Freedom Celestial, who was almost the strongest person below the emperor. Although it was a self-defense counterattack, he still had to admit that Yi Shiwen's ability to cause trouble wasn't ordinary. He could completely imagine that once these enemies knew that Yi Shiwen was going to undergo the Boundary Emperor Tribulation, the things that would happen next would be completely out of their control. Not counting the Sky Clan, just the various allied forces alone would probably take the risk to make a move. No wonder even Yi Shiwen didn't dare to easily attract the Boundary Emperor Tribulation. Chapter 28-22. In short, over the years, Yi Shiwen's enemies could be said to be everywhere. In the past, Yi Shiwen had defeated or killed countless opponents. Under normal circumstances, with Yi Shiwen's strength, they would not dare to do anything even if they were 10 times more courageous. However, if he was in a critical situation, it would be completely different. Not only those who had enmity with Yi Shiwen, but also those who disliked him and felt that he was too arrogant and domineering. The reason why the 3 elders of Heaven's monsters targeted Yi Shiwen in a weird way was because they were unconvinced and displeased with Yi Shiwen. In the eyes of many older quasi-emperor experts, Yi Shiwen was still too arrogant. They did not care about the cause and effect of the matter. The important thing was that Yi Shiwen could be said to have advanced bravely over the years and defeated many opponents. These people might not be much to Yi Shiwen, but they were involved in a lot of things. These people might not be able to accomplish anything, but they were more than enough to spoil things. These were the problems that Yi Shiwen was worried about. This time, it was crucial for him to cross the quasi-emperor tribulation. Once he succeeded, his strength would have a qualitative leap. Even if he did not use the time robe, the Mahesvara would not be able to kill him. At that time, unless a real emperor took action, he really did not need to be afraid of anyone. Because of this, he had to be more cautious. He could not lose, and there was no way out. As far as the Flame Lord was concerned, it would be a great thing for the entire Hidden Valley if Yi Shiwen could take this crucial step. At that time, Yi Shiwen would not be a divine king with the combat power of a quasi-emperor, but a real quasi-emperor. This was a completely different concept. A real quasi-emperor had some power that a divine king did not have. This could not be made up for with tyrannical combat power. Moreover, only by stepping into the quasi-emperor realm would one really have the opportunity to attack that legendary realm. A divine king would always be a divine king, and would never be able to attack that legendary realm. This was the most basic. This matter is very important. It is not enough to just keep it a secret. A quasi-emperor is going against the natural order, and all kinds of tribulations cannot be avoided. It is useless to just keep it a secret. Yi Shiwen said, at the level of quasi-emperor, it was no longer as simple as going against the natural order. If one wanted to break through, they would also face various external and internal threats. As a result, to many god kings, this was a death tribulation. It was extremely dangerous. Only the legacies of sovereign kings with extremely great heritage could assist god kings in their tribulation. Over time, most of the quasi-emperors could only come from the inheritances of these powerful emperors. On the other hand, the chances of a god king who did not inherit the legacy of a sovereign emperor to survive the quasi-emperor tribulation were simply too small. At most, they would be lucky. However, Yi Shiwen didn't expect this kind of luck to happen to him. However, it wasn't as if he didn't have anything to rely on. The 2 intact Tao artifacts were his greatest source of confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't even consider making another breakthrough in such a short period of time. If he wanted to make further breakthroughs in a short period of time, he would definitely be suppressed by many people. Junior brother, are you looking for help? At this moment, the Flame Master came to his senses and asked, Yes, that's right. I came to the Alliance headquarters this time to look for help. Yi Shiwen sighed softly. This was the result of not having a powerful sect to rely on. Although he had friendly relations with a few immortal emperor's legacies, this matter could be said to be entrusting his life to them. How could he not be cautious? Initially, they seemed to be getting along well. However, once they found out about his matter, it was very likely that their attitudes would change. The Flame Master didn't say much. In this matter, he couldn't help much. He couldn't even help the Hidden Valley or even the entire Hidden Alliance. The only people that Yi Shiwen could trust and rely on now were Yi Mo and Yi Wudi, who had awakened the spirit of the Avicii sword. These 2 people were existences that Yi Shiwen could trust unreservedly. He already knew that Yi Mo was 1 step ahead of him and had directly passed the quasi-emperor tribulation decades ago to become a quasi-emperor. This wasn't difficult for Yi Mo. After all, his original strength was far superior to this. Now that he was just recovering, it was naturally much easier than Yi Shiwen's breakthrough. Although Yi Wudi's strength wasn't at the level of a quasi-emperor, he had the Demon Emperor's bell, which was enough to increase Yi Shiwen's combat strength and block a quasi-emperor. These weren't a problem. The remaining people that Yi Shiwen had friendly relations with were probably the martial sect and the ancient Phoenix realm. Although he was now the son-in-law of the ancient Phoenix realm, the ancient Phoenix realm wasn't under the control of the Phoenix King now. Even he didn't know if there would be any changes along the way. The current ruler of the ancient Phoenix realm had some grievances with him. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Yi Shiwen still excluded the ancient Phoenix realm. Then, only the martial sect was left to fight for. Ever since he had interacted with the martial sect had given him a lot of help. Although there were some conflicts, generally speaking, it wasn't a big deal. If he could get the full help of the martial sect, he would undoubtedly have a much better chance of surviving this quasi-emperor tribulation. Every time he thought of this, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that his foundation was still too shallow. The time he had been rising was too short. Compared to the other top experts, which one of them didn't have friends all over the world? Since ancient times, there weren't many people like him. Who is the current head of the martial sect in the Alliance headquarters? Yi Shiwen asked. The main person in charge of the martial sect in the headquarters is Senior Beggar God, the Flame Lord said. Is that so? That's great. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up. Although he also had friendly relations with Ji Renwang and the others in the martial sect, his relationship with the Beggar God was undoubtedly better. If he could get the Beggar God's support, then things would be half settled. Apart from the Beggar God, there is also Senior Fire Dragon in the Alliance headquarters. However, he doesn't care about mundane matters. He only needs to deal with the Freedom Heaven and the others in the headquarters. The Flame Lord introduced them one by one to Yi Shiwen. The Fire Dragon Lord? The one in the Fire Dragon Palace? Yi Shiwen asked. Yes, that's right, the Flame Lord nodded and said. There was a bit of admiration in his eyes. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't expect that there was such a senior in the Alliance headquarters. In the Heaven Realm, he also had some connections with the outstanding disciples of the Fire Dragon Palace. The Fire Dragon Palace and the martial sect were originally of the same breath. They advanced and retreated together. The ancestor of the Fire Dragon Palace, the Fire Dragon Lord, was said to be a real fire dragon. He established the Fire Dragon Palace, which was considered as an independent branch outside of the Dragon Island. Since ancient times, only the Fire Dragon Lord was able to do it. Because of the existence of the Dragon Island, all the dragons were not allowed to establish their own sects outside. It wasn't a big deal to rule one's own territory. However, all the dragons had to submit to the rule of the Dragon Island. There were no exceptions. Only the Fire Dragon Lord was able to do it. He also had a great background. During the process of the Qin Emperor's conquest of the world, he was an important right-hand man of the Qin Emperor. It was unknown how many contributions he had made. Later on, he established the Fire Dragon Palace, and the Qin Emperor's support was indispensable. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Qin Emperor, the Dragon Island wouldn't have let it go. The Fire Dragon Palace was independent of the martial sect. However, they were connected by marriage for many years. They were already two sides of the same coin. Everyone knew that both sides were of the same breath. The ancestor of the Fire Dragon Palace hadn't stepped into the secular world for many years after the disappearance of the Qin Emperor. There was even a rumor that he had left with the Qin Emperor. However, no one expected that he would reappear when the heavens were being invaded by the heavenly race. However, Yi Shiwen felt that it was normal. Fiery Dragon Lord had been one of the top experts under the Emperor realm when the Emperor of Qin was still on the throne. So, his martial power must have become even more profound after so many years. Only such an existence could suppress a lawless person like the Mahesvara. It was no wonder that the martial sect had been safe and sound for so many years. There had been storms, but they hadn't turned into a big disaster. The martial sect didn't have a deep foundation, but it only had such an old monster to oversee it. So who could create a big wave? The martial sect had been established the latest among so many emperor inheritances, so it could be said that its foundation was the shallowest. However, it was more likely that it had retained more super experts. In fact, it might even be the strongest emperor inheritances in the world. Junior brother, if you can ask the Fire Dragon Lord to lend you a hand, then those demons and monsters won't be enough, the Flame Lord said. Needless to say, the situation would be as stable as Mount Tai if the Flame Lord could help. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy to ask a senior like the Fire Dragon Lord to lend me a hand. Yi Shiwen frowned and said, It's impossible for others, but you're different. The Fire Dragon Palace and the martial sect are closely related. The Fire Dragon Lord had followed the will of the Qin Emperor when he had appeared in front of the people in the early years. He had supported many heroes of the human race. You may be the Hidden Valley's Lord, but you're also a rising star of the younger generation of the human race. The martial sect has helped you several times. So, it's not certain that the Fire Dragon Lord won't help you, the Flame Lord said. Yi Shiwen nodded. This was also the reason why the martial sect had helped him several times. He wasn't a disciple of the martial sect. However, he was a descendant of the human race. In this world where race was the standard of measurement, it was also a kind of luck to belong to a powerful race. Senior brother is right. I must give it a try no matter what. I must see how much strength I can borrow from the martial sect. Yi Shiwen said with determination. Chapter 28-23. For Yi Shiwen now, every bit of power was extremely important. Yi Shiwen did not lack the power of ordinary experts. In the demon summoning banner, he had as much as he wanted. However, such power was useless in the face of a quasi-emperor level expert. After all, the demon summoning banner was not in its complete state. Otherwise, it could block a quasi-emperor. Yi Shiwen stopped at the Flame Lord's side for a while. Then he rushed to the ancient Heavenly Court's encampment in the Alliance Army headquarters. Although many people were paying attention to him, no one found it strange. The relationship between Yi Shiwen and the Lord of the ancient Heavenly Court, Yi Wudi, had long been known by everyone. As the status and strength of both sides continued to rise, it had become a well-known secret from the beginning. Only a few people had paid attention to it. Yi Shiwen returned to the Alliance headquarters. His first stop was naturally the Hidden Valley, and his second was the ancient Heavenly Court. This was not surprising. In the Alliance headquarters, Yi Wudi's original body was not there. Only a spirit incarnation was here. Yi Shiwen did not hide anything and immediately told him his plan. Damn, you're too fast. You're actually going through the quasi-emperor tribulation. Yi Wudi looked at Yi Shiwen speechlessly. Originally, Yi Shiwen was lagging behind him, but now he was one step ahead of him. He could not help but feel a little emotional. Yi Shiwen's speed of improvement was too monstrous. Although he had expected such a day, he was still extremely emotional when it really happened. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it either. I've had a lot of fortuitous encounters recently, Yi Shiwen said while laughing. Do you know that you're asking for a beating? Yi Wudi said angrily. How many years has it been for me to have a fortuitous encounter? You've had fortuitous encounters one after another. This is not the point. Are you still in seclusion? Can you come out and help me? Yi Shiwen asked. I have no choice now. I was provoked by you. I want to break through to the quasi-emperor realm in one breath. Yi Wudi said. But it doesn't mean that I can't help you. I can ask the Demon Emperor Bell to help you. It's definitely more powerful than me. Aren't you going to seclusion? If I take away the Demon Emperor Bell, then who will protect you? Yi Shiwen asked. Among the many inheritances that had produced monarchs, the The declining ancient heavenly court was undoubtedly the weakest one. The ancient heavenly court had been destroyed for a long time, so it couldn't be said to have any foundation, although there were still some remaining experts from the era of the Demon Emperor. Compared to the other inheritances of monarchs, they were still relatively weak. If they didn't have the protection of the Demon Emperor's bell, the danger could be said to have reached an unprecedented level. It might be fine on normal days, but if this matter was known by the Tian clan, as long as they charged, the ancient heavenly court would fall again, and Yi Wudi would also be in danger. Yi Shiwen thought of many things in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, I naturally have my own methods. Do you really think that the name of my ancient heavenly court is just for show? Yi Wudi said confidently. And how do you know that the ancient heavenly court only has one Tao artifact? You should know that the ancient heavenly court had more than one demon emperor. Yi Shiwen abruptly opened his eyes. What Yi Wudi had revealed was undoubtedly the greatest secret of the ancient heavenly court. In the outside world, there was not the slightest rumor that the second Tao artifact of the ancient heavenly court had been found. It could be seen how well the ancient heavenly court had kept it a secret. In the ancient heavenly court, there had been more than 2 monarch-level demon emperors at the same time. Coupled with the existence of the Kunpeng demon master, the ancient heavenly court's foundation was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even old forces like the ancient Phoenix realm and the Dragon Island couldn't compare. It was just that after so many years, people only knew the whereabouts of the demon emperor bell. The other Tao artifacts seemed to have disappeared in the long river of history, never to be seen again. Listening to Yi Wudi's words, it seemed that other Tao artifacts had returned. During this period of time, the ancient heavenly court had been so low-key, so it must be busy with this matter. This kind of information would definitely not be revealed to you casually. Only Yi Shiwen and Yi Wudi, who had been through life and death with each other, would be able to do so. Good. You, the master of the heavenly court, are getting more and more powerful. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly, sincerely happy for him. What do you mean by getting more and more powerful? Compared to a monster like you, I'm still far behind. Moreover, I don't know how long it will take for me to completely grasp the foundation of the heavenly court. It seems that I won't be of much help in this battle. Yi Wudi couldn't help but sigh. He had recovered too late. Although he had been rushing all the way and had consumed countless resources to catch up, advancing to the peak Divine King was already his limit. Not everyone could be compared to Yi Shiwen. In such a chaotic world, those who weren't at the quasi-emperor level didn't have much weight at all. Haha, what do you mean by you can't help? When you break through to the quasi-emperor level and have the demon emperor bell in your hand, who would dare to look down on you, the master of the heavenly court? Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile. It was fine if these words could deceive others, but they couldn't fool him. He had personally experienced the situation of using the time robe to fight against a quasi-emperor. Among us, you are the only one who has hoped to catch up with those old monsters in a short period of time and catch up with the progress of the rebellious god. Yi Wudi said, Do you have news about the rebellious god? Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed. Yi Wudi shook his head and said, No, but there are many records in the ancient books of the heavenly court about the opportunity to become an emperor. According to the ancient situation, the rebellious god should have already matured by now. It won't be that easy to kill him. In addition, now that the heavenly race army has been mobilized, it will be difficult to stop him. Only by achieving the Tao together with him can we stop him. Achieving the Tao together with him is easier said than done. Yi Shiwen sighed. Without the opportunity to become an emperor in hand, that realm was an unimaginable chasm for him. He simply didn't dare to imagine it. Anyway, do your best. Ha, I have high hopes for you. Yi Wudi chuckled, as if he wasn't worried about the current situation at all. If even you can't do it, then I don't think anyone in this world can do it. Maybe those old guys have a chance, but the probability is not very high. They already had such strength many years ago. If they could achieve the way, they would have done it long ago. In cultivation, it is important to be brave and diligent. The longer you cultivate, the more useful it will be. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this matter this time. At most, we will use the foundation of the heavenly court to ensure that you get through this. Yi Wuti stopped smiling and said, when he spoke, he was extremely serious and he had made up his mind. Yi Shiwen's heart was slightly warmed. You don't have to rush to make a move. Wait until I can't hold on anymore. Moreover, this is also a good opportunity. Who is a friend and who is an enemy can be distinguished at a glance, right? At that time, we will catch all those with ulterior motives in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance. If people knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. For others, it was a matter of life and death. But he actually wanted to use this opportunity to counterattack. Ha ha ha, good, this is the you I know. Yi Wuti slapped the table and laughed. If you don't be a little crazy, I won't even know you. We juniors suddenly rose up, and there are many people who don't like us. This is a good opportunity to get rid of them in one fell swoop. Yi Wuti also had a deep understanding of Yi Shiwen's situation, because he was also facing the same problem. However, as the master of the heavenly court, he could use many more trump cards than Yi Shiwen, so the pressure was also much less. All right, I have already informed your side. After I go to the martial sect, I will go to the heavenly court to pick up senior demon Emperor Zhong, and then we will start the tribulation. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, You still want to go to the martial sect? Well, other than the heavenly court, the martial sect is the most likely to help you. If you can ask the Fire Dragon Supreme for help, then everything will be settled. Yi Wuti said, but don't get your hopes too high. The Fire Dragon Supreme is in charge of the Alliance headquarters, so he can't leave. Once he leaves, Freedom Heaven and others may take advantage of the situation and send other martial sect experts to help you. It is possible, but the situation is so tense now, and the martial sect doesn't have enough people. You can only try your best. Yi Shiwen nodded. He naturally understood that the current situation was tense, and everyone was short of manpower. It was already very rare that Yi Wuti could support him to this extent. After saying goodbye to Yi Wuti, Yi Shiwen immediately went to the martial sect's encampment in the Alliance headquarters. After reporting, he was allowed to enter, different from the fallen ancient Heavenly Court and the Hidden Valley. As the leader of the human clan in the Alliance headquarters, the martial sect's encampment was extremely vast. The encampment was connected, and it was full of vitality. It was self-sufficient. After reporting his identity, Yi Shiwen was naturally taken to see the beggar god without any trouble. Ha 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 ha. Little Yi, I've been wondering when you would come to me, the beggar god said while sitting in the hall. Compared with the carefree and unrestrained beggar god in the past, the current beggar god was bold and unrestrained, and he gave people a more dignified feeling. Are you not used to this? The beggar god laughed and said, I didn't cultivate this way from the beginning. The beggar god is just a direction of my cultivation. I want to understand life and see through the world of mortals. Now that I've made some progress, I don't need to be like before. I see. So, Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Congratulations, Senior. Congratulations, Senior. You've finally seen through the barrier and achieved the great way. The beggar god had now entered the quasi-emperor realm, which was a surprise for Yi Shiwen. Chapter 28-24. The beggar god was on good terms with him. The stronger he was, the more advantageous it would be for him. As long as it was not harmful to the entire human race or the martial sect, they would not go against each other. And Yi Shiwen had no intention of harming the human race or the martial sect. Alas, it has something to do with the Kurfürst Road. Although I have long given up the delusion on the Kurfürst Road, I have never been able to get rid of it for so many years. Now that the Kurfürst Road has collapsed and the opportunity to become a martial emperor has disappeared, the devil and obsession in my heart have also disappeared. Naturally, I can make further progress smoothly. The beggar god sighed. He had a complicated feeling. He had been trying to overcome the devil and obsession in his heart, but unfortunately he had not been able to do so until the end. If he could overcome the devil and obsession, his cultivation would not only be able to enter the realm of quasi-emperor, but also above the middle stage of quasi-emperor. His future prospects would also be broader. For a warrior, the devil of the heart was something he feared and loved. If he could not get rid of the devil and was controlled by it, he would not be able to make any progress in his cultivation, just like the beggar god. In the worst case, he would be controlled by the devil and fall into the devil way. However, once the devil of the heart was broken, his cultivation would be greatly improved, and he could even advance several realms in a row. Fortunately, it was not the most miserable situation. He was not controlled by the devil of the heart. In the end, he got rid of the devil of the heart and broke into the realm of quasi-emperor. Say it. You don't come to me without a reason. Just say what you want. The beggar god had already calmed down. Yi Shiwen smiled and thought about it carefully. It was true. He had a lot of things to do these years, so he really didn't come to me without a reason. Yi Shiwen did not intend to hide anything, so he told him his purpose of coming. The beggar god's expression became serious. When he looked at Yi Shiwen again, he could not help but be a little surprised. He thought that he had overestimated Yi Shiwen, but now he realized that he had underestimated Yi Shiwen's speed of progress. Unconsciously, the junior who had begged him before was already on the same level as him, not to mention the fact that he had already defeated a quasi-emperor. Moreover, even if he was preparing to make a breakthrough into the quasi-emperor realm, it was already amazing enough considering his cultivation age. It was simply shocking. Fortunately, such a world-shaking talent did not appear in other races, but was a rising star of the human race. Their martial sect had secretly helped Yi Shiwen several times because they adhered to this principle. When Emperor Qin was on the throne, he had set this policy. The strength of the human race had recovered so quickly in recent years. From the extreme decline in the past, they could now stand on equal footing with the demons. This policy had been implemented for a long time. However, Yi Shiwen's proposal had still shocked him to the core. This is a matter of great importance. I can't make the decision on my own. I have to consult with the patriarch of Fire Dragon. How about this? I'll take you to see him. Beggar deity said, That's great. Yi Shiwen said, All right, come with me. Beggar deity glanced at Yi Shiwen and led him out of the hall. They went directly to the depths of the station. Compared with the station in the Hidden Valley, the martial sect station was undoubtedly much more magnificent. Many powerful formations were activated and operating. It was said that the Emperor Qin had personally strengthened the formations in this station. It was unknown whether the Emperor Qin and the martial sect had already been strengthening the station of the martial sect in the headquarters of the Allied forces for a long time. After a while, the two had entered a small space in the deepest part of the station. The whole space was empty except for a sea of fire formed by flames. It was like a world of fire purgatory. Greetings, Patriarch! Beggar deity hurriedly saluted toward the void. Yi Shiwen also saluted. Junior Yi Shiwen greets Senior Fire Dragon Lord. At this time, two huge eyes appeared in the void. They were like millstones. The eyes were incomparably deep, as if a world had exploded in them. Flames were splashing everywhere. Yi Shiwen knew that this was something that could only be achieved by someone who had cultivated the law of fire to a shocking level. Since ancient times, the first person to reach the peak of the law of fire was naturally the earthly emperor, Shinon. The earthly emperor had another title, Yin Emperor. Apart from him, Yi Shiwen also knew that the phoenix ancestor, who created the Nanming fire, had amazing attainments in the law of fire. He knew that the Fire Dragon Lord's law of fire couldn't be compared with the other two, but now it was still rare in the world. Are you Yi Shiwen? A deep voice came from the void, as if asking a question. Yes, I am Yi Shiwen. Facing this super great senior who had been famous for countless years, Yishuin didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent or disrespectful, not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of what he had done for the human race, which was worthy of his respect. I have heard of you. Among the newly promoted youngsters, you are even more powerful than Ji Renwang. Now that I see it, your reputation is well deserved. You should have reached the peak of God King and are ready to cross the tribulation. True Lord Fire Dragon said slowly with a very calm expression. Yes. Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised, although he had overestimated the Fire Dragon Lord, but now that he had met him, he realized that he had underestimated this world-famous person. It was rare to see someone who could see through him with just a glance. With Yi Shiwen's current strength, even an ordinary quasi-emperor would not be able to see through him. I haven't seen such an outstanding junior for a long time. The Fire Dragon Lord's voice sounded as if he was sighing with emotion. He didn't know if he was sighing with emotion about his extraordinary years, or about Yi Shiwen's amazing performance. Senior is overpraising me. Yi Shiwen said, You're not a straightforward person. I don't casually praise anyone. You've done a good job. At this time, Fiery Dragon Supreme seemed to be a little unhappy and said, Before, I only heard about you from those boys. Now it seems that their initial evaluation of you was very wrong. From the beginning of their evaluation, it has not been many years, but you have already exceeded their expectations. Not bad, not bad. The last time I saw such a person was when I saw the ancestor of their martial sect. Yi Shiwen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that the ancestor of martial sect mentioned by the Fire Dragon Lord should be the Emperor of Qin. He suddenly felt a little excited in his heart. The Fire Dragon Lord had actually compared Yi Shiwen to the Emperor of Qin. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to achieve this? Even comparing them to the Emperor of Qin was an extravagant hope. All right, let's cut to the chase. Just tell me your purpose. I heard that you formed a hidden alliance. You're now the leader of a region. You're qualified to say a few words. Immortal Fire Dragon said slowly as if he was talking about a trivial matter. That's right. He didn't look down on Yi Shiwen, nor was he polite because of his identity as the leader of the Hidden Union. Well, I won't beat around the bush in front of a straightforward person. I will get straight to the point. I have come this time to ask Senior for help. Yi Shiwen asked, How can I help you? You are only a peak divine king. However, your strength is not inferior to that of a quasi-emperor. A person like you can go out and become an overlord. So there is nothing you can't do. The Fire Dragon Lord said slowly. It seemed as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I want to cross the tribulation. I want Senior to help me. Yi Shiwen thought for a moment. Then he decided to tell the truth. You want to cross the tribulation? Yes, you have already reached the peak of the Divine King realm. It will be useless even if you waste millions of years if you don't cross the tribulation. The Fire Dragon Lord had rich experience. He could tell whether Yi Shiwen was speaking the truth or not with just a glance. But how can I help you when you cross the tribulation? I've offended quite a few powerful enemies along the way. For example, the Mahesvara heaven. Yi Shiwen said. He unexpectedly felt a bit embarrassed, just like a naughty child who had met his parents. Ha, 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 ha. The Fire Dragon Lord burst into laughter. You are an interesting boy. Very interesting. The realm of freedom has a bad temper. However, he is also an arrogant person. Ordinary people are not qualified to offend him. The Fire Dragon Lord paused for a moment. Tell me, how did you offend that guy? Yi Shiwen told him the whole story of the matter. The beggar deity knew that Yi Shiwen had not only offended the original demon clan, but also killed the doppelganger of the realm of freedom. For a divine king, this was like piercing the sky. It was no wonder that the beggar deity was worried about the revenge of the realm of freedom. Once the news spread, the realm of freedom, would definitely seek revenge. At that time, the beggar deity wouldn't be able to survive such a surprise attack even if he had 9 lives. That old guy is a little arrogant, but he still has a good eye, the fire dragon lord said. He wants to take you as his follower. He is really arrogant. Humans are not slaves. This is what the Emperor of Qin said. He dares to be so arrogant. You must be very strong. Otherwise, I am afraid you would have been captured by him. Senior, please help me. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, since he was asking for help, he naturally had to show the attitude of asking. I won't help you. I have the task of overseeing the headquarters of the Allied forces. I can't help you. However, I can help you to stall the realm of freedom. As for the rest, you have to pray for luck. Chapter 28-25. Thank you, Senior. Yi Shiwen said quickly. Although it was not the best situation he had imagined, it was not the worst situation either. He could not help but feel very grateful. After all, he was not a member of the martial sect. It was already good enough for him to do this for the sake of the human race. Moreover, even a disciple trained by the martial sect would not be able to do this. It was impossible to grow a big tree in a greenhouse. Only some small flowers could be grown. I can't guarantee anything else. I can only try my best to help you stall Great Freedom Heaven. Other things will depend on the situation. All right, you can go now. Fire Dragon Lord said. Then I will take my leave. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, although he could not get more support, he was still a very important help as long as he was willing to stall Great Freedom Heaven. Among so many possible opponents, the one he feared the most was naturally the realm of freedom. As long as Great Freedom Heaven did not come personally, he could relax a little bit. It was not like he had gained nothing. After leaving the Sea of Fire Plain, Beggar God said, the old ancestor has a heavy responsibility and cannot leave easily. Helping you stall Great Freedom Heaven is already the limit. Well, I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded. Even so, I am very grateful. After all, this is my own business. Well, don't worry. Apart from the Fire Dragon Lord, I will also help you fight for other forces. For the sake of the human race, there is no reason for me to ignore you. Beggar God said. Thank you for your help, Senior. Yi Shiwen said goodbye to Beggar God and did not continue to stay in the martial sect station. Instead, he directly returned to the Devil King's treasure house through the key. At this time, Yemo and others were still crazily absorbing the Emperor Source to grow. Yemo had successfully entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. Now he was constantly absorbing the Emperor Source to increase his power and strive to recover to the peak state. You're back? Yemo opened his eyes slightly and then closed them again. He continued to absorb the energy in the Emperor Source. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded and then told Yemo about his plan to cross the tribulation. Yemo glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, you have to think about it clearly. This time's tribulation is very likely to take your life. When the time comes, all kinds of monsters and demons may appear. I have already thought about it. Yi Shiwen told Yemo about the helpers he had contacted, and Yemo nodded. Since you're prepared, then it's fine. There's no such thing as a perfect plan, Yemo said. When the time comes, I'll lend you a hand. Yi Shiwen nodded. Yemo's side was not a big problem, so he would naturally support him. The main problem was with the Sword of Avicii. It was not a big problem for him to control the Sword of Avicii, but if he wanted the weapon spirit of the Sword of Avicii to revive and help him, he would have to agree in advance. At this moment, the Avicii sword was also in the depths of the Empyrean Origin Sea and was frantically absorbing the Empyrean Origin. It had just devoured the Tianqi Emperor sword and was still in the process of digesting it. Without the help of an Empyrean Emperor, it would take a long time to digest it with its own strength. Fortunately, the only thing it didn't need to worry about was that it had sufficient Empyrean origin. It didn't need to worry for a short period of time, which gave it the possibility of improving in a short period of time. "Boy, why did you wake me up?" the weapon spirit of the Avicii sword asked faintly. "I have something to ask the senior for help." Yi Shiwen immediately told everything about his matter. "It's really troublesome, but I'm helping you this time, not because you're the master, but because you helped me last time. I'm helping you this time, so we're even. If you want me to recognize you as my true master, wait until you become an Empyrean emperor first." The tone of the Avicii sword's weapon spirit was still a bit harsh. A weapon spirit of a Taoist tool like him naturally wouldn't easily surrender to others. A situation like Yi Mo, who surrendered to Yi Shiwen by chance, could only be regarded as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. Even so, Yi Shiwen had never regarded him as a slave, but treated him as his own brother. In addition to the situation like Yi Mo, the worst-case scenario would be the successor of the previous master. It was difficult to obtain and refine it forcibly like Yi Shiwen did. If Yi Shiwen hadn't risked his life to help him last time and allowed him to swallow the Tianqi Emperor sword, he might not have paid attention to Yi Shiwen at all. Although Yi Shiwen could also use the Avicii sword, but it was impossible to display the same power in his own hands. So he suffered some losses. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Yi Shiwen felt relieved. All of a sudden, all the preparations were completely completed. He sat down cross-legged and crazily absorbed the energy of the Emperor source like the others. Without the devouring speed of the time robe, his own absorption speed was still relatively slow. While using the mysterious space, he constantly absorbed the energy of the Emperor source and constantly deduced the more profound way of the quasi-emperor. 10 years quietly passed by. Yi Shiwen's doppelganger was outside contacting various helpers, while his main body was inside the Devil King's treasure house, crazily comprehending. He was adjusting his state to the optimal state in order to prepare for the final tribulation. 10 years later, Yi Shiwen quietly left the Demon King's treasure house, left the prosperous area, and entered the most desolate place in the myriad heavens. It was desolate, and there was silence everywhere. This was the junction of many worlds and spaces, and it was incomparably cold. It was unknown whether it was thousands of degrees below zero or tens of thousands of degrees below zero. There was no way for ordinary creatures to survive in such a place. But for Yi Shiwen, who was already at the Divine King level, it was nothing, and he could walk freely. Then he finally sat down cross-legged and released the imposing aura of his body without reservation. In an instant, it swept out like a wave and spread in all directions. Rumble! The moment Yi Shiwen's imposing aura was released in the void, among the endless dimensions and space cracks, the tribulation clouds were unknowingly covered. The tribulation clouds covered the sky and brought along a terrifying pressure, crushing down. For a time, many creatures within the radius of countless miles fled in horror. They turned out to be some gods who were sleeping here. Although the environment here was extremely harsh for gods, it was also a good place to not be disturbed. The lifespan of gods was endless, except for Yi Shiwen, who had an extremely strong sense of urgency. Most gods had the experience of sleeping. It was normal to sleep for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, which could be used to pass the long lifespan. All of a sudden, all of them were awakened by Yi Shiwen's imposing aura and the pressure of the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Bursts of rumbling sounds came from the tribulation clouds, and thunder dragons constantly shuttled in the tribulation clouds. Looking from afar, it seemed like a kingdom of thunder was about to fall. Many gods fled frantically. They were considered experienced. And how could they not see that someone was crossing the tribulation? There were even some ancient ferocious beasts far away, even outside the tribulation clouds, at this time, were scared to the point of trembling. In the face of the infinite heavenly power, they instinctively rose up in awe and did not dare to resist. Many ferocious beasts simply lay down, lowered their heads, and did not dare to look. Many of these ferocious beasts acted on instinct, so they could feel the horror of these tribulation clouds. Yi Shiwen sat cross-legged in the void, motionless. Right now, he was like an ordinary person immersed in the sea, and there was a powerful pressure from all directions, crushing down on his body. This was different from all the previous tribulations. Just this terrifying pressure alone was pressing down on Yi Shiwen's bones, causing them to make banging sounds and constantly collide. The heavenly tribulation in the sky had not yet fallen, but it was already so powerful. No wonder the expressions of those divine kings changed at the mention of quasi-emperor tribulations. Since ancient times, some weak peak divine kings had overestimated their own strength and attracted the heavenly tribulation. But in the end, they did not even pass the first hurdle and were directly crushed into pieces by the terrifying pressure. Yi Shiwen did not know what kind of terrifying heavenly tribulation they faced when they crossed the tribulations, but it was certainly not more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation he was about to face. There seemed to be a huge force tearing his body apart, and his body emitted waves of faint soft light, which protected Yi Shiwen's entire body. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure disappeared without a trace. Yi Shiwen raised his head and looked at the countless lightning dragons that were constantly flashing in the sky. His facial expression became dignified, but this wasn't what he was most worried about. He knew that the real test had just begun. Wallalala! In an instant, endless lightning struck down, and in an instant, the area tens of thousands of miles around him became a kingdom of thunder, a sea of thunder and lightning. His entire body was instantly submerged in these thunderbolts. This is the 5 elements divine thunder. Many gods in the distance who had not yet left turned pale when they saw this scene. Back when they had confirmed their Tao and crossed the tribulations, the most powerful thing they had encountered was a few 5 elements divine thunder. But this person was crossing the tribulations, and it was at least at the level of the 5 elements divine thunder. If it were them, they would be blasted into pieces in an instant. What kind of monster was crossing the tribulations in there? What kind of monster had appeared while they were asleep? His tribulation could attract such a shocking lightning tribulation, and there was no way for him to survive at all. And such a lightning tribulation was still continuing, so they knew that the figure in the center had not been struck to death by the lightning tribulation. They were even more shocked, and they wondered what kind of monster was crossing the tribulations. The lightning tribulation fell like rain, and it did not stop for a single moment for 3 days and 3 nights. Just as the gods who were watching from afar were about to leave, they suddenly felt that a few powerful auras had surrounded them. Chapter 28-26. A powerful aura emerged in the void without any concealment. It was because any disguise was useless under the situation of the thunder retribution. Even the entire space was shaking. It was as if the entire earth was groaning under the hooves of iron. Space ripples were constantly spreading out. The thunder tribulation was wreaking havoc. Any slight movement could instantly shatter the space. As soon as these powerful auras appeared, it triggered violent fluctuations in the space, as if it was about to collapse in an instant. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes and stood up amidst these thunder tribulations. These thunder tribulations were also mixed with countless astral winds. Every gust of astral wind could blow away people's bones and flesh. Even a deity would not be able to withstand it. There were also many thunder fires that turned his whole body into a sea of fire. It could burn the hardest metal in the world into a pool of molten iron. However, if someone saw the way he was crossing the thunder retribution at this time, they would be scared to death. These flames, thunder retribution, and astral winds not only could not hurt Yi Shiwen, but they were even devoured by him as he operated the observing person scripture. If an ordinary peak divine king were to absorb these energy rings, his body would be obliterated into atoms and he would die without a burial place. However, Yi Shiwen was different. The tyrannical, gilded tyrant form gave him the most tyrannical confidence. He was crazily absorbing. These thunder retribution flames and astral winds were terrifying, but they were the purest energy. Under normal circumstances, it was possible to encounter them only when he went deep into some dangerous places. Now they were falling from the sky. This was a kind of danger, but it was also a kind of opportunity. A crisis was like this. It was just that ordinary people did not have the ability to turn the danger into an opportunity. He walked in this thunder retribution sea, turning a blind eye to these threats. Although the tribulation clouds in the sky were terrifying, it was not what he was most afraid of. He could already feel streams of spiritual will sweeping over and landing on his body. He sighed slightly. What should come has come. The news of him crossing the thunder retribution had probably spread out in 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Shiwen knew that there were many masters eyeing him covetously outside, but he did not care. This heaven's retribution was much greater than what he initially expected. They should not dare to come in, but he still had to be prepared. The power of lightning flashed everywhere. It was as if this place had become a mystic realm of violent lightning. Yi Shiwen, today is the day of your death. Your heavenly tribulation is so terrifying. Even the heavens want to destroy you. A cold snort came from the depths of the universe. Yi Shiwen saw a figure barging into the thunder retribution. Wallalala. In an instant, the power of the lightning tribulation increased by several times, and all of it fell. Yi Shiwen saw that this figure's body was emitting bursts of green smoke. The smoke curled upwards, and then was instantly annihilated. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He had not expected this. Even he felt that the intensity of the heavenly tribulation was strenuous. Ordinary quasi-emperors would be courting death if they came in. He had thought that the other party would wait until the heavenly tribulation was over and then launch a surprise attack. Perhaps there would be a chance. Who would have thought that he would just barge in? Is he purposely intensifying the heavenly tribulation? A thought flashed across Yi Shiwen's mind. But I'm afraid it's not worth it to use my life to increase the heavenly tribulation. Once he joined the heavenly tribulation, he would be targeted by the heavenly Tao. It would be useless even if he wanted to escape. The heavenly tribulation would follow him wherever he went. It was not just a matter of making trouble, but a matter of mutual destruction. He did not know who he had offended to make someone want to perish together with him. At this moment, the figure had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Is that a divine shell? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized that this was not an ordinary quasi-emperor. Someone had taken over the physical body of this quasi-emperor and launched a surprise attack. He immediately understood that this person wanted to perish together with him. Anyway, it was just a divine shell. Although the loss of abandoning it would be great, it did not matter if it could get rid of him. This divine shell exuded an earth-shattering demonic aura. What a good devil race, quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor of the original devil race. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed a bit. They really couldn't restrain themselves and attacked for the sake of that devil character. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to take back the devil character. However, it was different now. He was at his weakest when he was crossing the heavenly tribulation. Nightmare, it's you inside, Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Humph, Yi Shiwen, it doesn't matter who I am. Today is the day you die. The quasi-emperor of the original devil race immediately rushed over. He was unwilling to say a word to Yi Shiwen. He simply wanted to exchange injuries for injuries. As long as Yi Shiwen was injured, the probability of him crossing the heavenly tribulation would be greatly reduced. He would be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation. It doesn't matter. No matter who it is, whoever comes here today must die. Yi Shiwen's eyes narrowed. It did not matter who did it. Under the righteous cause of fighting against the heavenly race, it was impossible for him to make a scene. Moreover, the original devil race was not like the devil-eagle race. The devil-eagle race was just an ordinary king's sect. At best, it was similar to the Hidden Valley. The original devil race was a genuine emperor's inheritance. It had experienced the change of many emperors in the heavens and stood firm. How could it not have a backup plan? The other emperor's inheritances would not allow him to act recklessly. Nothing was more important than fighting against the heavenly race. That was why they didn't dare to come out in the open. They borrowed a divine shell for their own safety as well as to fool others. Otherwise, if those old guys were really attracted, and a few old monsters like the Fire Dragon Supreme came, Yishuin might really die here. Of course, this was also not allowed by the Alliance headquarters. Under the situation where both sides had misgivings, this kind of confrontation had become the most direct collision. It seemed like a loss, but it was not certain who would kill who and who would suffer. The value of a quasi-emperor's divine shell is inestimable. Today, I will let you suffer a big loss. Yishuin snorted coldly. A quasi-emperor's divine shell could be said to be priceless. Even among the emperor's inheritances, there were not many of such. It was impossible for an ordinary divine shell to be directly possessed. It was so powerful. It must have gone through countless years of sacrificial training. Losing a divine shell of this level would hurt one's muscles and bones, and cause one to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Boom! Yishuin's whole body was burning. Even in the face of such a terrifying heaven's retribution, it was not enough for him to display his true strength. His many years of preparation and amazing strength were naturally not in vain. He stepped on countless thunder tribulations. He held the stone sword in his hand and swung it out. Suddenly, a sword light swept out. Even the thunder tribulations were completely annihilated under his sword light. It was just a simple sword move, but it reflected Yishuin's amazing cultivation in swordsmanship. This was a terrifying realm. At this moment, the original demon clan's quasi-emperor blasted out a punch. It was none other than the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In the endless thunder tribulations, an incomparably huge 6 paths of reincarnation evolved. It fell towards Yishuin and collided with Yishuin's sword light. Boom! This sound was like the first sound in the universe. It was so powerful that the violent heaven's retribution was about to collapse. The scene of the battle between the two was incomparably terrifying. The first collision was already so shocking. The shock wave that spread out even annihilated the thunder tribulations. It allowed the trembling deities in the distance to clearly see what was happening inside. However, it was better not to see it. After seeing it, it would be even more horrifying. Countless tribulation flames, thunder tribulations, astral winds, and underworld water were absorbed by Yishuin's body. They were used to forge his body. His gilded tyrant form absorbed these energies without any pressure. Many people's pupils shrank when they saw this scene. How terrifying was this quasi-emperor's tribulation? He actually absorbed it. Why didn't his body directly explode? It was simply too shocking. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The corner of Yishuin's mouth curled into a sneer. If one were to talk about comprehension of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, even the top ancestor of the Shura clan could not compare to him. With the addition of the word demon, his comprehension of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had almost reached the sky in a single step. It was directly approaching the great perfection. Unless the Shura demon king was resurrected, no one could suppress him in this aspect. At this moment, the heavens' retribution in the sky became even more violent. The powerful tribulation flames began to become even more terrifying. The Samadhi True Fire, the Ninine Whitebone Fire, the Western Glaze Fire, and even the Nanmingli Fire, which was unique to the Phoenix clan, all descended. Even a quasi-emperor would die if he was hit by these flames. It seemed that because of the arrival of this quasi-emperor, the heavens' retribution had become even more terrifying. Many deities gasped. Although they had not seen how terrifying a real quasi-emperor's retribution was, it was obvious that it was absolutely not this terrifying. Just these tribulation flames alone could probably destroy countless worlds. They did not know whether the end of the world or the destruction of the heavenly Tao would be so terrifying. However, at the same time, they also understood one thing. The more terrifying the heavens' retribution was, the more terrifying the person in front of them was. There was no doubt that his strength had surpassed the peak divine king level. In fact, his strength had even surpassed the quasi-emperor level. At the same time, once he succeeded in transcending the heavens' retribution, his strength would also become even more terrifying. They were afraid that he would really be invincible. However, just as the thunder's retribution was about to spread throughout the space again, countless flames suddenly leaped out of Yi Xuan's body. This was the Nanmingli fire. At this moment, the Nanmingli fire transformed into a huge phoenix. This huge phoenix leaped out of Yi Xuan's body and soared into the sky. The falling tribulation flames were all absorbed by it. Chapter 28-27. This fire phoenix soared in the void and continued to absorb the thunder fire. Moreover, its strength was also improving at an astonishing speed because of the continuous absorption of the thunder fire. The Nanming mythical fire was leveling up at an astonishing speed. The Nanming mythical fire was almost the natural magical ability of the phoenix race. Except for some special phoenixes, the vast majority of phoenixes could use the Nanming mythical fire, but these Nanming mythical fires were also divided into different levels. The difference between the Nanming mythical fire released by a young phoenix and a quasi-emperor phoenix was like heaven and earth. Yi Xuan's body had been transformed invisibly to the point where he could nurture the Nanming mythical fire because of the phoenix regeneration technique. It was similar to the phoenix race. However, the Nanming mythical fire wasn't able to display its full power in Yi Xuan's hands compared to other magical martial arts. It wasn't that the Nanming mythical fire wasn't powerful enough. In the past, the phoenix ancestor had relied on the Nanming mythical fire to become invincible in the world. It had burned an emperor of the sky race to death. This magical power was naturally tyrannical. However, Yi Xuan rarely used it on his own initiative. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but this magical power was different from the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and other martial arts. The power of this magical power would naturally be greatly enhanced as long as one could comprehend it and use it. The Nanming mythical fire required one to comprehend the fire attribute law, but the key was to nurture it. Nurture the Nanming mythical fire. This was the basic condition for practicing the martial arts of the earth. Fire, water, wind, and other laws. With such a magical power, one could become an expert even if one didn't practice it. The more one nurtured, the stronger one would become. This was why so many experts of the dragon race could greatly increase their strength after a nap while the human race was desperately practicing and comprehending. This had nothing to do with aptitude. It only depended on time, whether it was the dragon race or the phoenix race. Even if they hadn't reached the Tao realm, their lifespan was so long that it made the short-lived human race envious and jealous. Therefore, as long as one was born in these two races, they would naturally grow into an expert, even if they didn't practice. However, everything had its pros and cons. It was precisely because of this that the experts of the Phoenix clan in the ancient Phoenix realm needed to rely on a long period of time to nurture them. It was absolutely impossible for them to become experts in a short period of time. Therefore, they developed many corresponding martial arts. Even if the Nanming fire couldn't be mastered in a short period of time, they could still possess great strength. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan would be able to dominate the world just by relying on the mastered Nanming fire. What martial arts, what divine abilities, what laws? They were all burned up, directly burned to death, incomparably domineering. Back then, the Phoenix ancestor used this strategy, becoming invincible. She was different from the later imperial monarchs. The ancestral dragon, Phoenix ancestor, and the others were divine spirits nurtured by the heavens and the earth, the first living beings in the world. They were born different from the masses. Although there was no conclusion as to who was stronger or weaker among the enemy troops, it was publicly acknowledged that the first batch of monarchs were generally stronger than the later ones. It was just like how an ordinary human wouldn't be a match for a dragon in the same realm. However, this also included a monster like Yi Shiwen. Of course, there must be some means in the ancient phoenix realm that could make the Nan Mingli fire grow rapidly. However, it should be a privilege that only a few people could enjoy. Yi Shiwen was the son-in-law of the ancient phoenix realm, but his relationship with them wasn't very good. So he didn't expect the ancient phoenix realm to open up these resources to him. He wouldn't have such an opportunity on ordinary days. However, the heaven's retribution had given him such an opportunity. It didn't matter what kind of strange flame it was. He would absorb it all and let his Nan Mingli fire grow. This was something that others could see but couldn't do. If others absorbed the heaven's retribution flame like this, their bodies would explode and they would die. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't bear it. However, he had the time robe on his body now. The power of time was constantly flowing out of it, and his body had been destroyed to a complete mess. So, time had reversed, and his body had been restored to its peak. This ability was simply in defiance of the natural order. Yi Shiwen could maintain his peak state at all times in conjunction with the Phoenix regeneration technique. Therefore, he dared to carry out such a crazy plan. Facts had proven that Yi Shiwen's strategy was correct. His Nan Mingli fire had grown at an astonishing speed after it had continuously absorbed other strange flames. At the same time, his mysterious space was also crazily absorbing these energies and analyzing the fire attribute principles. This had allowed Yi Shiwen's understanding of the fire attribute principles to rise gradually. It was comparable to the understanding of boxing and swordsmanship in martial arts. Of course, the Emperor's source was being consumed gradually in contrast to this. Even Yi Shiwen, who was a local tyrant, felt his heart twitching at the speed of consumption. However, he immediately suppressed this heartache. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was impossible to have such a good opportunity under normal circumstances. So, where could he find so many strange flames of the heavens' retribution flame? Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was simply a matter of life and death. However, Yi Shiwen's body was actually growing. He was taking advantage of this opportunity to absorb the heterogeneous flame. Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? He is actually using the heaven's retribution flame to grow. A deity couldn't help but blurt out, "He has already been struck by lightning." The other deities couldn't help but ridicule. Yi Shiwen was simply a monster. In their opinion, this kind of behavior was simply subverting their worldview. This was not a human at all. He was simply rushing out of the earth. The original demon clan's quasi-emperor opposite him was also a little dumbfounded. Although he had already prepared himself for this and knew that Yi Shiwen was not an ordinary divine king, he didn't expect that he would be so abnormal. Die! The original demon clan's quasi-emperor roared and directly pounced. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His 6 paths of reincarnation disc condensed on the spot and blasted down again. He had already understood that Yi Shiwen was growing. Although he didn't know how Yi Shiwen was doing it, he understood that he couldn't let Yi Shiwen continue to grow. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with him in the future. Boom! This punch was easily caught by Yi Shiwen. A slight smile appeared on his face. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist had been directly disintegrated. He had used his understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to disintegrate the opponent's attack almost without any loss. How long do you all want to watch? Are you really going to wait until he absorbs the heavenly tribulation flames and becomes stronger before you are killed? At this time, the original demon clan's quasi-emperor roared, obviously calling the others to attack. At this time, the super experts who were hiding in the dark appeared one after another. All of them were super experts of the quasi-emperor level. There were celestial race, demon race, and even human race and monster race. Without exception, all of them were powerful experts of the quasi-emperor level. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that there were almost 20 powerful quasi-emperors. Most of them were in the divine Shell realm. They were the same as the original demon clan, quasi-emperor from before. They had also concealed their identities and came here personally. Therefore, it didn't mean that the human race had any forces to attack, and the monster race didn't mean that the monster race had intervened. This made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. There were also some who simply came in person, but one could see the strong death aura on their bodies at a glance. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries that couldn't be treated and were determined to die. They had come to kill Yi Shiwen. In other words, these were almost one-time consumables. After this battle, they would die even if they didn't die. Under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, even the quasi-emperor's divine shell would be destroyed and could no longer be used. After all, not everyone was like Yi Shiwen, who had the double insurance of the time magic robe and the phoenix regeneration technique. How generous! Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. How many people had he offended in the past? These quasi-emperor divine shells and old quasi-emperors who were on the verge of death were not something that an ordinary force could afford. With a quasi-emperor overseeing the sect, the status of a Regis sect had already surpassed that of an ordinary Regis sect. Who would be willing to send so many people to kill Yi Shiwen unless it was a critical moment? You really think highly of me. Although he had expected it, Yi Shiwen still felt a little surprised when he saw so many quasi-emperors appear. Then he mocked himself a little. He really wasn't just a normal kind of annoying. Did this human named Yi Shiwen offend the whole world? A god said in shock. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the situation would be if he was in Yi Shiwen's shoes and so many quasi-emperors personally came to kill him. He was scared to death just thinking about it. They had been sleeping for a long time, at least tens of thousands of years, at most hundreds of thousands of years. This name was too unfamiliar to them. Someone who could cultivate to the peak of divine king. Even if they had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, would not be unheard of. Could it be that he grew up in these tens of thousands of years? What they didn't know was that Yi Shiwen did not grow up in tens of thousands of years, but thousands of years. Therefore, these old antiques who had been sleeping for many years did not know of Yi Shiwen's existence at all. But even if they didn't know what kind of existence Yi Shiwen was, they could understand that he was not an ordinary person. These gods unanimously decided that if he could survive, they must put him on the list of people that should not be provoked. He was definitely an existence that would run away the moment they saw him. It was too terrifying. Yi Shiwen, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. You'd better obediently accept the surrender, lest you suffer more. A quasi-emperor in the depths of the darkness said gloomily. The countless heavenly tribulations washed down and all fell on his body, but he didn't care. This time he was determined to sacrifice everything to eliminate Yi Shiwen. Yes, die. Die. Every one of these quasi-emperors roared. And at this moment, in the tribulation clouds above the sky, the power of thunder began to change. An army of lightning people formed out of thin air, bringing a strong sense of oppression. It was almost like a pincer attack. Chapter 28:28. The Heavenly Retribution, and these quasi-emperors formed a pincer attack to kill him in one fell swoop. These quasi-emperors also noticed the lightning army in the sky. It made their hearts tremble. This Yi Shiwen was so strong that it defied the heavens. Only the heavens would bestow such a heavenly punishment upon him. Of course, the reason why the heavenly retribution became like this was also related to their own intervention. As everyone knew, the more people who participated in the heavenly retribution, the more terrifying it would become. These people broke in alone. Even if they couldn't kill him, they might let him be killed by the heavenly retribution. Yi Shiwen, obediently accept your death. The original demon clan, Quasi-Emperor, grinned and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. In addition to him, more than a dozen other Quasi-Emperors also rushed over. They didn't want to wait for the lightning army to accumulate their strength and attack. This was because this lightning army not only wanted to kill Yi Shiwen, but they also wanted to deal with him. Yi Shiwen could come and go freely in these heavenly retribution. But if it was them, it would not be so easy. They could ignore the heavenly retribution now because they were burning their qi and blood. It was as if they had drunk stimulants. If they continued to delay, they would definitely be killed by the heavenly retribution. Yi Shiwen naturally understood what they were thinking. This was also in line with Yi Shiwen's intentions. He also didn't want to delay until the lightning army attacked. Whoosh! Behind Yi Shiwen, the demon wings suddenly opened. His entire body was like a ball of light, shuttling through the endless heavenly retribution. In an instant, he rushed in front of a Tian clan quasi-emperor. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen slightly sneered and directly blasted his fist, directly hitting his chest on the spot. The Tian clan quasi-emperor completely didn't expect Yi Shiwen's speed to be so fast. He actually tore apart the heavenly retribution in an instant. Without causing space-time to collapse, he appeared in front of him. Bang! The Tian clan quasi-emperor let out a muffled groan, and his entire body was instantly sent flying. Yi Shiwen's movements were straightforward, and the power was even more amazing. The Tian clan quasi-emperor directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his spirit was almost beaten out. Yi Shiwen had no intention of letting him off the hook. His figure flickered, and he chased after him. At the same time, a shocking mass of sword intent appeared in his hand. It was none other than the sovereign sword intent. Clang! The will of the sovereign lord's sword continued to descend, growing larger and larger until, finally, it slammed into the ground, ripping a huge rift in the sky. Boom! With an incomparably loud explosion, the sword light ruthlessly landed on the body of the Tian clan quasi-emperor. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up, setting off a shockwave that directly annihilated countless lightning bolts, tribulation flames, astral winds, and so on. The body of the entire Tian clan quasi-emperor, which was even harder than the hardest metal, directly scattered in all directions, splitting into pieces. One of the primordial spirits leaped out and was about to escape into the depths of the void. This was the spirit that was hidden in this divine shell. He was already scared out of his wits. Yi Shiwen's series of attacks were too straightforward. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He didn't even use any superfluous principles. There wasn't any gorgeous scene. He was killed by a simple punch and a sword strike. Even his body that had been tempered and strengthened was utterly unable to endure it, and it collapsed on the spot. What? This is impossible. The gods who were watching from outside were almost scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They were almost scared to death. Yi Shiwen had killed a powerful Tian clan quasi-emperor with just a punch and a sword strike. How could they not be terrified? Originally, they were wondering how many forces Yi Shiwen had offended to be targeted by so many Tian clan quasi-emperors. Now, they finally understood that it wasn't that those people had overestimated Yi Shiwen, but that Yi Shiwen was indeed that terrifying. A Tian clan quasi-emperor is like a chicken in his hands. He can strangle him to death, just like that. A god said in a trembling voice, "You still want to leave? Those who came to kill me today don't even think about leaving." Yi Shiwen actually had no intention of letting them go. He took a step forward, and his whole body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword. He slashed down on the spot, directly tearing the heaven and earth apart, and instantly landed on the spirit. Ah! There was only a scream, and this wisp of spirit was blasted apart. There was also a cold snort coming from the depths of the void. In the void crack that Yi Shiwen had opened, a figure was faintly discernible. It was the original owner of this spirit. His body was exuding a powerful aura, and he was an incomparably powerful Tian clan quasi-emperor. In fact, his strength was even more tyrannical than that of the Tian clan quasi-emperor's divine shell. He should have the strength of a late Tian clan quasi-emperor. In order to deal with Yi Shiwen, not only had a Tian clan quasi-emperor's divine shell been dispatched, but it was also personally controlled by a late Tian clan quasi-emperor expert. One could imagine how much they had paid. Even so, they still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Yi Shiwen. How dare you! When the Tian clan quasi-emperor saw that Yi Shiwen had not only killed his spirit avatar, but also had the intention of pulling him out from the layers of space, he suddenly flew into a rage. He was so angry that he slapped the space passage and collapsed it. However, he himself didn't come in. Once a person like him came in, the heaven tribulation would become different, and even he himself would die under the heaven tribulation. Yi Shiwen, don't be insolent, eat our attack. Just as Yi Shiwen killed the fleeing primordial spirit, suddenly the other quasi-emperors had already rushed over to kill him. A torrent of martial arts swept out. Unexpectedly had a feeling that he would be completely submerged. Rumble! A series of explosions sounded, and the shock waves swept in all directions. Countless spaces collapsed instantly, and the chaotic chi also rushed in, colliding with the heaven tribulation. Was it successful? A Tian clan quasi-emperor widened his eyes, trying to see through the turbulence formed by the shock waves. No, it wasn't successful. The tribulation clouds in the sky haven't dispersed. It wasn't successful at all. A Tian clan quasi-emperor immediately reacted. If Yi Shiwen had been killed, then the tribulation clouds in the sky should have dispersed immediately. However, it didn't, which meant that Yi Shiwen should be fine. But just as his voice fell, he saw a figure jump out from the endless turbulence of energy. He saw Yi Shiwen flapping his devil wings behind him, and instantly rushed in front of him. A big hand suddenly grabbed over. Boom! His face was slapped by Yi Shiwen, and his whole body was instantly sent flying like a meteor. His whole face was shattered, and he was seriously injured by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Yi Shiwen's devil wings were still emitting bursts of light of the laws of time and space. Just now, Yi Shiwen had relied on the devil wings to wrap himself up and block all the attacks. Go to hell! Yi Shiwen sneered. He spread out his hands like a long bow, and a light arrow took shape in his hands. Swish! An arrow shot out, and suddenly the arrow light was like a long dragon, breaking through the universe, and directly shot the body of the Tian clan quasi-emperor. Boom! The Tian clan quasi-emperor screamed, and his whole body was shot, instantly torn apart, and his spirit was destroyed. Everyone was still in shock. Was he still human? How could he be so tyrannical? It was simply unbelievable. With just one arrow, he killed another powerful Tian clan quasi-emperor. Yi Shiwen's body was flowing with 7-colored light, which faintly looked like an armor. It was the time robe. Yi Shiwen deepened the power of the time robe, and it was unknown how much stronger his attack strength was. They were afraid that the lightning army of the heavenly retribution would suddenly descend, and Yi Shiwen was also afraid that the lightning army would suddenly descend and disrupt his rhythm, so he had to take advantage of the situation to wipe them out. If it was in normal times, these 2 attacks would be enough to intimidate these Tian clan quasi-emperors. But at this time, these Tian clan quasi-emperors had already decided to die, so it didn't scare them. Instead, it made them even crazier. Swish! A long whip swept out like a chaotic dragon, and everywhere it passed, it brought out countless chaotic chi, and shot out billions of rays of light, and fiercely slashed towards Yi Shiwen. This was the original demon clan quasi-emperor. A long whip appeared in his hand, and like a long dragon, it swept across and split the sky. Yi Shiwen took a step forward without the slightest fear. In the sky, the heavenly retribution continued to fall, and behind him, the fire phoenix was still frantically devouring the flames. The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand directly collided with the long whip. Bang! A loud and clear sound of collision was heard. This original demon clan quasi-emperor was evenly matched with Yi Shiwen, and his face revealed an abnormal redness. Although he had forcibly blocked Yi Shiwen's attack, it had still caused huge damage and injuries to him. This made the blood in his body tumble unceasingly, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the more powerful devil blood in his body began to burn, so not only was he not defeated by Yi Shiwen, but he also became stronger. This was a kind of crazy technique. The more serious the injury, the stronger the limit of power that he could erupt in a short period of time, and this was the biggest thing he could rely on today. Swish! The original demon clan quasi-emperor forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood, but the long whip in his hand didn't slow down in the slightest. All kinds of whip techniques were at his fingertips, and all of them were peerless martial arts, and they covered Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't dodge, nor did he evade, and directly rushed forward. He didn't worry at all with the time robe on his body, and directly fought with all his might. It could be said that he was invincible. On the other side, this original demon clan quasi-emperor was even more ferocious. The more serious the injury, the more devil blood in his body would burn, and the stronger his strength would become. From the beginning, he couldn't resist at all, but now he was evenly matched with Yi Shiwen. This was simply blinding everyone's dog eyes. Whether it was Yi Shiwen or this original demon clan quasi-emperor, both were equally terrifying. Chapter 28-29. The chaos was torn apart by the two of them. The boundless tribulation rain in the sky was getting stronger and stronger, but the two of them didn't care at all. Bang! 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 The battle between the two of them became more and more intense. The other quasi-emperors could only surround the two of them and had no way to intervene. Yi Shiwen's strength was too terrifying. He was already above the ordinary intermediate quasi-emperor. Moreover, he had the protection of the time magic robe, which made him even more powerful and invincible. He wasn't afraid of the influence of the heavenly tribulation. As for his combat strength, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. He easily killed a quasi-emperor in seconds. Such combat strength, if it was in normal times, they would immediately turn around and run away, absolutely not daring to stay. However, it was different now. They were already determined to fight to the death with him. The quasi-emperor of the original demon clan was fighting with his own life. It wasn't something that ordinary people could imitate. Moreover, they didn't have such a martial technique. They could only continue to attack Yi Shiwen from the side. Unfortunately, the time magic robe on Yi Shiwen's body was too strong. This level of sneak attacks couldn't break through Yi Shiwen's defense. Yi Shiwen's sword energy crisscrossed and broke the chaos. The chaos energy couldn't even linger around his body. It was incomparably terrifying. He had used many exquisite sword arts just now. However, he was only using the basic sword technique now. He had only used one sword move after another. It was simple and direct. However, its might was extremely terrifying. The quasi-emperor of the original demon clan could only clench his teeth and fight with Yi Shiwen. Even so, he was constantly at a disadvantage in the collisions with Yi Shiwen. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth like it was free. His internal organs were smashed into pieces in the fierce collisions. However, his terrifying martial technique was forcibly supporting him, allowing him to maintain his amazing combat strength. I'd like to see to what extent you can persist. Yi Shiwen sneered. Then, another powerful and heavy move fiercely blasted down. Bang! The quasi-emperor of the original demon race was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and many pieces of his internal organs. He was seriously injured, and many of the bones in his body were also broken in this one blow. Although he wasn't directly hit by Yi Shiwen's attack, the dreadful power had completely fallen on his body, making him feel as if his body was going to collapse. The expression of the quasi-emperor of the original demon race did not change in the slightest. His eyes were incomparably cold and flickered with a crazed expression. His eyes were filled with a desolate expression, as though he was not a living person. No, he was a dead object that had just been taken over by someone else. Countless tyrannical demon laws interweaved around his body, making him seem like a demon lord. His counterattack was also very crazy. Yi Shiwen, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Die in the heavenly tribulation. Ha 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 ha. This quasi-emperor of the original demon clan had an incomparably crazy expression on his face. He was constantly being injured by Yi Shiwen, but his aura didn't weaken in the slightest. On the contrary, it continued to rise. It had the power to swallow mountains and rivers. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change in the slightest. He just slashed with his sword without the slightest bit of fancy moves, but he had already turned the sword principle into his own. It was extremely terrifying. In such a confrontation, the old quasi-emperor of the original demon clan kept retreating, blood splashing all over his body. All kinds of murderous intentions merged into one, turning into an eternal sword intention, and slashed out from the tip of Yi Shiwen's sword. Boom! The sword intention fiercely hit the body of the quasi-emperor of the original demon clan. Pucci! A huge flower of blood splashed out. The chest of the quasi-emperor of the original demon clan was smashed, and a huge hole was opened on the spot. However, his aura was extremely strong. Blood splashed all over his body, and his muscles were on the verge of being ruptured by the powerful force. He let out a loud roar, and the primordial chaos was shaking. The quasi-emperor of the original demon clan had gone crazy, but Yi Shiwen was still firmly suppressing him. All kinds of sword aura crisscrossed and broke the primordial chaos. All kinds of heavenly tribulations were slashed down by him. His body was covered with golden light, and he was like an ancient sword god, looking down on everyone with disdain. Suppress for me, overturning the heaven's seal, 3 seals into 1. Yi Shiwen let out a loud roar and flipped his hand to form a seal. Then he blasted it towards the quasi-emperor of the original demon clan. The crazed quasi-emperor of the original demon clan was blasted away on the spot, and his imposing aura was also dispersed by this blow. All the bones in his body were completely broken, and blood was spurting out from every pore of his body. Dominate the world! Yi Shiwen let out another loud roar, and the stone sword in his hand began to boil. Then the sword suddenly smashed down. Yi Shiwen seemed to be the sole ruler of the world. It seemed as if the shocking scene of his ascension to the throne had appeared, and he had crushed all his opponents. Bang! The body of the quasi-emperor of the original demon clan exploded, and turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. The primordial spirit had been destroyed in an instant. The primordial spirit of the quasi-emperor of the original demon clan had entered the divine shell of the quasi-emperor. The primordial spirit wasn't that powerful. So, the rest of the quasi-emperor would have nowhere to escape once the divine shell was split by Yi Shiwen. They couldn't withstand Yi Shiwen's sword. Rumble! The physical body of the quasi-emperor of the original demon clan exploded like a huge nuclear bomb exploding in the universe. Even the heaven's retribution was annihilated by this shock wave. Countless deities outside were dumbfounded, but at the same time, they couldn't take their eyes off the battle. They didn't want to give up watching such a battle for even a moment. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have the opportunity to see a quasi-emperor level expert fight. Kill him. I don't believe that he can block all of us by himself. The quasi-emperor of the original demon clan was killed by Yi Shiwen's sword, but didn't frighten the other quasi-emperors. Instead, it stimulated their killing intent. He was already so terrifying even before crossing the heaven's retribution. If he was allowed to cross the heaven's retribution, then he would be invincible. This was something they absolutely couldn't allow to happen. They rushed forward one after another. The charging momentum of more than a dozen quasi-emperors was so terrifying that it almost shook the heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were charging forward. Yi Shiwen didn't delay in the slightest. After grabbing all the flesh and blood of the quasi-emperors in his hand, the huge fire phoenix behind him suddenly flew up, and then turned into countless small fire phoenixes in the void, flying towards the quasi-emperors. Ah! The screams of these quasi-emperors suddenly rose and fell. They were all hit by these fire phoenixes on the spot, and their bodies began to burn. Originally, it was impossible for flames to burn their indestructible bodies. But now they were burning, and their bodies began to burn at a speed visible to the naked eye. "What kind of flame is this?" a quasi-emperor exclaimed. "Nanming mythical fire! It's Nanming mythical fire!" "Damn it! How can this Nanming mythical fire be so powerful?" They immediately felt a threat from the origin of life. They naturally knew about the Nanming mythical fire of the Phoenix clan, but the Nanming mythical fire used by ordinary phoenixes was actually not much of a threat, at least for experts of their level. This was indeed the case. But they didn't expect Yi Shiwen's Nanming mythical fire to be so terrifying. At this time, they remembered that Yi Shiwen was still devouring the mythical fire in the heavens' retribution just now. But even so, it shouldn't have become so powerful all of a sudden. This was simply a bug. They had completely underestimated the power of the Nanming mythical fire. This Nanming mythical fire not only burned their bodies, but also their spirit. When their weak spirit faced the Nanming mythical fire, it was like they had met their nemesis, and they couldn't exert much of their strength. Ah! 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 They screamed continuously, and these quasi-emperors no longer cared about their demeanor. They rolled on the ground in the midst of the thunder tribulation. However, the Nanmingly fire was like maggots in a tarsal bone, nailing them tightly. No matter how hard they tried to extinguish it, it was useless. Their bodies turned into a sea. These quasi-emperors had instantly condensed the laws of water and created the seawater out of thin air. However, it was useless. The seawater had just appeared when it was evaporated by the Nanmingly fire. It could not even slow down the burning of the seawater. Yi Shiwen stood in midair with his hands behind his back. His ears were filled with the screams of these quasi-emperors, but his expression was cold and unmoved. From the beginning, all those who joined the ranks of those who besieged him had to die. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly, and his expression immediately returned to indifference. He looked up at the sky, where the lightning army had already formed and was ready to sweep the world. "Fight with him. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." These quasi-emperors were completely crazy. They would rather fight with Yi Shiwen than be burned alive like this. This way, there would be a chance of survival. These quasi-emperors desperately rushed toward Yi Shiwen, forming a pincer attack. All of their attacks erupted in an instant. "You're courting death. Do you think you can overturn the heavens with just these few people?" Yi Shiwen shouted and directly rushed out to attack. He stretched out his palm and directly covered the face of a screaming quasi-emperor. Boom! A sword light burst out from Yi Shiwen's palm and instantly exploded the quasi-emperor's head. He was killed in an instant. His primordial spirit was completely destroyed. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's attack speed was extremely fast. Under the heavens' retribution, his body seemed to transform into thousands of figures. In just a few breaths, these quasi-emperors who had been seriously injured by the Nanming mythical fire were all killed. Fast! Their speed was simply too fast. Before the deities could even see what had happened, those quasi-emperors had already died. After all, they were only divine shells or were severely injured quasi-emperors. Their battle prowess could not be compared to their peak state. Rumble! At this time, the countless lightning army in the sky pounced down. Chapter 28:30. Just when Yi Shiwen was about to annihilate those quasi-emperors one by one, the lightning army in the sky finally finished their preparations and pounced down. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. Their speed was extremely fast. Almost the entire army teleported over and directly pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen instantly attacked. His punch was like a dragon, piercing through the void and penetrating through several lightning men in one breath. It directly turned into a ball of lightning energy and exploded. Then it was swallowed by the time robe on Yi Shiwen's body. Although this ball of lightning energy contained the power to destroy the world and was enough to crush the stars, it could not hurt the time robe in the slightest. A Dao tool was a life weapon refined by an emperor. It was rare in the world. It could replenish part of the consumption of the time robe. Although it was undoubtedly insignificant compared to the emperor source, it could also reduce the consumption of Yi Shiwen's emperor source. This was the strategy of using war to sustain war. Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest intention of letting out a sigh of relief after destroying several lightning men with one punch. On the contrary, his face became even more solemn. This was because almost all of these lightning men had the strength of a god king. There was even no lack of god king peak existences among them. If it was just one or two, it would not be a problem. It would only take a moment to settle it. However, when this army was composed of such existences, the situation was completely different. No matter how powerful a quasi-emperor was, in the face of such a situation, he would have to kneel. The strength of a quasi-emperor was completely above that of a god king. Ordinary hundreds of god kings were not a match for a quasi-emperor. However, when this number was multiplied by 100 or 1,000 times, even a quasi-emperor would have to kneel. The number was so large that it was enough to drown a quasi-emperor. Even the heaven race, which dominated the world, could not assemble such a terrifying god-king army. Only the heavenly Tao was possible. This had already exceeded the limit of an ordinary peak god-king who was crossing the quasi-emperor tribulation. Originally, it would not have evolved to this extent. However, after the participation of 20 quasi-emperors, the heavens' tribulation had mutated to a terrifying extent. This was the price of 20 quasi-emperors. They wanted to bury Yi Shiwen. It was really a huge capital. Even if it was an emperor lord's legacy, if this was done, the entire legacy would be crippled. At this time, Yi Shiwen had no other choice. Previously, he didn't care about the heavenly tribulation, but now he couldn't be like this. Fortunately, this was also one of the results he had expected, so he didn't panic at this time. After all, there were only a few methods that could threaten him. Boom! Countless streaks of 7-colored light immediately erupted around him. They turned into the power of time and swept out in all directions. The power of time killed several dozen god kings in a single moment. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen attacked like lightning. With the protection of the time robe, he didn't need to worry about the lightning army's attacks for the time being. Instead, he could focus wholeheartedly on attacking. His techniques were also astonishing. Whether it was the Sovereign Lord's sword intent, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, or the overturning heaven seal, they were all extremely powerful martial arts and were invincible. Wherever he passed, the lightning army would be annihilated. The power of the time robe had also risen to the extreme. In addition to the lightning energy that was being swallowed, the Emperor Source was also being consumed at an astonishing speed. The lightning army was annihilated in Yi Shiwen's hands. However, more lightning army was still gathering. The entry of these quasi-emperors had already raised the standard of Yi Shiwen's heavenly tribulation by several levels. These lightning army were even more fearless. In fact, they didn't even have any emotions. They only had martial arts instincts left. They didn't care about defense at all, and all of them rushed towards Yi Shiwen's weaknesses. The collision between the two sides was like a reef island in the middle of the sea. It was constantly being attacked by the sea. Every wave of impact seemed to be submerged, and it could no longer be seen. However, every wave of the sea was smashed on the reef and couldn't pose a fatal threat to the reef itself. Such a battle dazzled the gods. It was unimaginably powerful. Whether it was the endless army of divine kings in the sky, or Yi Shiwen fighting against the heavens alone. It was something that they didn't dare to imagine. Before this, they had never dreamt that there would be such a battle. Yi Shiwen seemed to be swallowed alive by these divine kings at any time. However, the frequency of his attacks didn't change at all. He was like a robot, constantly attacking, and every attack didn't show the slightest sign of decadence. Compared to the endless army of divine kings, Yi Shiwen was more terrifying to them. The heavenly Tao was boundless. These gods, who claimed to have jumped out of the three realms and didn't belong to the five elements, also understood that they had only broken free from some of the shackles. Except for the legendary emperor, no one could really break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. The power and mystery of the heavenly Tao wasn't something that they could explore to the limit. The appearance of such an army of divine kings was shocking, but it wasn't strange. However, Yi Shiwen, who could fight against such an army without falling into a disadvantageous position, really made them feel like they were blind. This wasn't a living creature at all, but a monster in human skin. At this time, they finally somewhat understood why so many quasi-emperors would rather die than to kill this human called Yi Shiwen. It was because he was really too strong. Such a person, no matter who it was, would be regarded as a serious threat. Sometimes being too weak was a sin, and being too strong was also a sin, and this human in front of them clearly belonged to the latter. The battle was still going on fiercely, and from time to time there were lightning men who were punched to death by Yi Shiwen's sword. All the rules had disappeared, and only the naked confrontation of violence was left. Everyone seemed to see countless waves smashing on the submerged reef. It was unparalleled. However, this wasn't the final attack, and it wasn't the most terrifying attack yet. At this time, the figure of a knight appeared above the heavenly tribulation clouds. This knight was wearing lightning armor, and his face was blurred, making it impossible to see what he looked like. However, the powerful power released from his body made everyone feel a kind of fear from the depths of their souls, even though they were thousands of miles away. Quasi-Emperor. A quasi-emperor had appeared among the lightning men. Many gods couldn't help but hold their breath, and their eyes widened. Although they had seen the amazing scene of Yi Shiwen killing a quasi-emperor in seconds, that quasi-emperor was different from the lightning man quasi-emperor. Those quasi-emperors entered the heavenly tribulation, causing it to upgrade. In addition to Yi Shiwen being tricked, they also had to bear the attack of this upgraded heavenly tribulation. But this lightning man quasi-emperor was different. He didn't have to bear the attack of the heavenly tribulation, and could exert 100% of his strength, and even 200% of his strength was possible. Nay, the lightning man's warhorse roared and directly swooped down. In just a flash, it swooped from thousands of miles away in front of Yi Shiwen from the tribulation clouds. Fast! 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 Clang! The lightning spear shot out in an instant, directly in front of Yi Shiwen like a mountain range, not giving him the slightest chance to react. Compared to those lightning men of God King level, it was much more tyrannical. Bang! The moment when the spear was about to explode Yi Shiwen's head, he raised his hand to block this spear. The violent collision waves instantly swept out, and the surging energy tide had already blasted the nearby lightning men who were rushing over. This lightning man's spearhead was smashed by Yi Shiwen's palm, but it instantly reorganized itself and shot out the spear at an even more astonishing speed. The spear was like a dragon, and the sky was filled with starlight. Yi Shiwen's reaction wasn't slow at all. It wasn't the first time he had dealt with these lightning men, and he naturally understood that the most terrifying thing about these lightning men was their amazing recovery power. They didn't have a physical body, and this was a huge weakness in some aspects. However, this was also a huge advantage in other aspects, as they could quickly regenerate. For ordinary gods, a serious injury was equally fatal, but it was nothing for these lightning men, because for them, there was really no such thing as a fatal weakness, and they could only be destroyed with absolute tyrannical power. World domination. Yi Shiwen roared, and the sword light on his body became faster and fiercely slashed out at lightning speed. Bang! There was a huge roar, and it was another powerful collision. The lightning man's entire spear was smashed. Without a physical body, it was very difficult for him to confront Yi Shiwen head-on, but he recovered in an instant and was even more difficult to deal with. Again, Yi Shiwen shouted and took the initiative to attack, not giving him any chance to breathe, and slashed down with his sword again. The sword in tension crossed the sky, and it seemed as if it was going to split the entire heaven in half. Rumble! A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up, and the energy shock wave rolled out in all directions, annihilating countless lightning men of God King level. These gods who were far away felt the void under their feet trembling, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. If such an attack were to fall on them, wouldn't it be terrible? Wouldn't they die without a burial place? Too strong, too terrifying. Is this the fight of Quasi-Emperor level? This is too strong, and even the lightning man Quasi-Emperor is not a match for him. Countless shock waves had yet to dissipate, and more than a dozen figures condensed above the heavenly tribulation. Without exception, all of them were terrifying Quasi-Emperor level existences. There were swordsmen, machete men, spellcasters, and archers. These people exuded a terrifying aura, and it made people feel goosebumps all over their bodies. Swish! The moment the figure formed, the archer Quasi-Emperor shot an arrow directly at Yi Shiwen. Chapter 28:31. The long arrow broke through the sky, broke through the chaos, and directly rushed into the energy shock wave. Boom! An even larger mushroom cloud rushed up. The entire sky was trembling, and the galaxy was being annihilated, collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This arrow seemed to have shot out the laws of nature. It was incomparably sharp, sweeping away everything in its path. This arrow was more terrifying than the previous attack, and it made people tremble. But the gods watching the battle from afar were very clear that Yi Shiwen, who was shot, did not die. The heavens' retribution in the sky did not disperse, and it was further intensified and fermented. This was the biggest proof. They all widened their eyes, but saw that after this attack, those quasi-emperors rushed into the incomparably dazzling shockwave, and a more intense battle broke out. Their divine thoughts could not see what was happening inside. All the divine thoughts that probed into it were completely annihilated in the end. What kind of terrifying battle was this? Could someone cross the retribution so fiercely? These gods finally understood why some people could never catch up with them. Just looking at the scene of the retribution, it might be a scene that they could never see again in their lifetime. Whoosh! 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 A few figures rushed out of the shockwave. It was Yi Shiwen and more than a dozen lightning people, quasi-emperors, who directly followed out. Yi Shiwen fought against more than a dozen people, and he was evenly matched with them. He directly rushed into the lightning people army, and the aftermath of his attack annihilated countless lightning people. They did not care at all. And just when everyone was still amazed, suddenly, an amazing law wave swept over from an unknown distance, directly into the retribution cloud, and the target was Yi Shiwen. Boom! The void was trembling, and wherever this law wave passed, the void was boiling like boiling water, instantly boiling. This law wave did not care about anything at all, and it blasted down from all directions. It was unknown how many lightning people and god kings along the way were annihilated, and then it directly hit Yi Shiwen's head. At this critical moment, Yi Shiwen's body instantly glowed with an infinite 7-colored radiance. It transformed into a huge figure in the sky and directly rushed towards this law wave. Buzz! Countless rays of light swept out as the two sides collided. A large piece of the tribulation cloud was torn out, and countless galaxies in the distance were collapsing. This strike crossed half the universe. He wanted to take advantage of Yi Shiwen's unpreparedness to kill him, but the result was that he was instantly blocked. Even those lightning people, quasi-emperors who were besieging Yi Shiwen, were sent flying. What's that? Many gods could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. An attack that crossed half the universe could actually be so terrifying. This was completely out of their expectations. However, there was one thing that they understood, and that was that someone else had interfered with the tribulation, and this person was even more terrifying than those quasi-emperors from before. To be able to unleash such an attack from more than half a universe away, this person should be considered a top expert in the current world. They couldn't imagine what kind of powerhouse could unleash such an attack. How many people had this human named Yi Shiwen offended? Moreover, all of them were invincible super powerhouses. This attack almost made them think that it was an emperor who had attacked. Otherwise, it was impossible to create such an amazing scene. Yi Shiwen stood in the tribulation cloud with a cold and expressionless face. He just shouted loudly, "If you want to attack, come at me face to face. It's impossible to hurt me from such a distance." Yi Shiwen's body was flowing with layers of flowing lights, and the power of time wrapped him tightly. The attack just now was really terrifying. If it wasn't for the protection of the time robe, he would have been seriously injured by this attack. Yi Shiwen, who had been prepared for a long time, was very clear that this was a Tao tool. A Tao tool had participated in this battle. Otherwise, it was impossible to unleash such an amazing attack. However, he did not panic because this was also the situation that he had expected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to find so many helpers. Yi Shiwen, today is the day of your death. At this time, a figure approached from far away, directly crossing half the universe and rushing in front of Yi Shiwen. A long spear in his hand erupted with dazzling light. Around his long spear, the space was constantly collapsing and being repaired. That long spear was already so sharp that even if it didn't recover, it could still shatter heaven and earth. Sky Splitter Spear. Yi Shiwen immediately recognized this long spear. The people of the Tian clan had attacked. He didn't expect that it would be a super powerful Tao tool. Although he had once blocked the Sky Splitter Spear and Myriad Worlds diagram by himself, it was only to stall them. He didn't have much chance of winning in a 1 versus 2 fight. Sky Splitter Spear, I didn't expect to see you again. I haven't fought for a long time. I'm very happy to see an old friend. Let me see how much you have grown over the years. However, he heard a slightly playful voice. Yi Shiwen's bloodlight soared into the sky, sweeping towards the Sky Splitter Spear with a shocking momentum. OM! The bloodlight and the Sky Splitter Spear collided fiercely. The heaven and earth shook, and the originally incomparably tough tribulation cloud was swept out a huge crack. Although it was recovering at an even more amazing speed, the power of this collision could be imagined and how terrifying it was. Rumble! The tool spirit of the Sky Splitter Spear was knocked out in one breath, directly tearing a huge crack in the universe. It was unknown how many stars were annihilated along the way, almost like a galaxy was destroyed. Roar, damn it, who? The Sky Splitter Spear was knocked out, almost immediately reacted. With a long spear in hand, he was invincible in the world. He couldn't tolerate being tricked by someone. The person who wants your life. With a loud roar, the blood-red light pounced over once again. It instantly unleashed a storm-like attack, causing the sky-splitting spear to be unable to raise its head. He was also extremely depressed. As a dignified Tao tool spirit, ordinary quasi-emperors were not his opponent. He had always beaten others to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. Since when could others beat him to the point where they couldn't raise their heads? After a series of attacks, he finally managed to stabilize himself. Only then did he see clearly that it was a huge demonic shadow that was attacking him. That familiar feeling made him instantly return to the distant past. That was the second war against the heavens. It's you. He suddenly remembered who the person in front of him was. The other party was also a supreme existence that could compete with him, and was definitely not ordinary. Damn it, why is he here too? The Sky Splitter Spear couldn't help but feel extremely depressed. The Sky Race also knew that Yi Shiwen had a Dao tool and even knew about the existence of the Time Robe and the Avicii Sword, but they never expected that there would be such a person. Wasn't it said that he had fallen along with his master a long time ago? The Sky Splitter Spear had not been sealed or exiled. Thus, he had spent all these years in the myriad heavens and realms, so he was not unfamiliar with this information. He even knew many ancient secrets. Humph! Do you think you can stop us by yourself? At this time, another figure cut through the vast sky and rushed over. It was none other than the Myriad Worlds map. Last time, the Myriad Worlds map and the Sky Splitter Spear suffered losses in the hands of Yi Shiwen. This time there was a chance to kill Yi Shiwen, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. The third Dao tool, there was actually a third Dao tool. When the gods saw this, they almost fainted from fright. Even if a peak divine king was crossing the quasi-emperor tribulation, it was impossible to have a confrontation of Dao tools, let alone 3 Dao tools. For them, this was simply an incredible life miracle. Many of them had already made up their minds to go back and investigate who this person was and how he could be so powerful. The 2 Dao tools were fully activated. Besieging Yemo simply clenched his teeth and directly merged with the Tianyuan mirror. Instantly, his strength erupted, and in an instant he recovered to the peak. Fighting against the 2 Dao tools, he actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position for a while. Yi Shiwen didn't care about the battle outside the heavenly retribution, because at this time he was entangled by the lightning people, quasi-emperors, and had no way to support Yemo. Without the time robe, it was impossible for him to withstand so many Divine King-level heavenly retribution army. Rumble. The whole battlefield seemed to be divided into 2 parts. One part was Yi Shiwen crossing the heavenly retribution, and the other part was the battle between the 3 Dao tools. I will hold him back. You go and kill that damn human. At this time, the Sky Splitter Spear roared and said, obviously, it was discussing with the Myriad Worlds diagram. Even if they had the advantage of 2 against 1, it was impossible to defeat Yemo in a short time. Previously, the Avicii sword had taken a long time to swallow the half-damaged body of the Enlightening Emperor sword. One could imagine how difficult it was to deal with these Dao tools. It was also because they were all Dao tools that they were more aware of how difficult it was to deal with each other. And the Myriad Worlds diagram did not hesitate at all, and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen, who was under the heavenly retribution. This heavenly retribution was also a death trap for ordinary quasi-emperors. But these Dao tools were completely different, and could not be judged by ordinary logic. Moreover, it wanted to rush in, upgrade the heavenly retribution, and directly kill Yi Shiwen. It believed that it could resist more than Yi Shiwen, and as long as Yi Shiwen died, then the heavenly retribution would also be over. This battle would be completely over. Dang! A melodious bell sound spread across half of the universe, and the sound wave formed by the bell sound was incomparably sharp, sweeping all the way across the starry sky, and directly bombarding the tool spirit of the Myriad Worlds diagram. Rumble! There was a loud sound of collision, and the power of the law of Tao runes wreaked havoc everywhere, as if 2 worlds had collided. Chapter 2832. Dao Tool. It was another shockwave from a Dao tool. It crossed the universe and tore apart a large part of the sky. The shockwave shattered countless stars. Who is it? The Myriad Worlds diagram roared, and the galaxy shook. A figure crossed the universe. Myriad Worlds diagram, I haven't seen you for many years, but you still haven't made much progress. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from afar. A middle-aged man in an emperor's robe came all the way, stepping on golden light all the way, like a golden bridge across half of the universe. Demon Emperor, no, it's the Demon Emperor Bell. Yi Shiwen saw the familiar voice in front of him and immediately reacted. However, he immediately reacted. This was not the Demon Emperor, but the Demon Emperor Bell. That was because the last bit of the Demon Emperor's divine sense had been completely destroyed in front of him. Now that it had appeared again, it was obviously not the Demon Emperor, but the spirit of the Demon Emperor Bell. Although it looked the same and incomparably majestic, he still felt that there was some gap between it and the Demon Emperor. Good, good, good. Today there are many people who want to protect this boy. The eyes of the Myriad Worlds diagram burst out bursts of light, looking a little crazy. I want to see how the Demon Emperor Bell can stop me. Do you think it's still the time when your master was alive? Even if my master is not alive, it is still enough to kill you. The Demon Emperor Bell was not to be outdone, looking calm, as if it was talking about a matter that was not important at all. Humph, Demon Emperor Bell, you really talk big. On the Myriad Worlds diagram, the figure trembled with anger. Originally, with his cultivation level, no matter what kind of stimulation it was, it would be impossible for him to be moved in the slightest. However, this Demon Emperor's bell was different. Back then, he had fought with the Demon Emperor's bell and suffered a great loss. He remembered it until now and considered it to be an absolute humiliation. Now he had completely erupted after being provoked by the Demon Emperor's bell. At this moment, several powerful divine senses swept across the sky. The commotion here had finally attracted the attention of those hidden quasi-emperors. There was no way for it not to attract their attention, because the commotion here was simply too great. A battle between Tao artifacts was rarely seen in the world. 2 Tao artifacts were already earth-shattering enough, let alone 4 of them attacking at the same time. This kind of situation was rarely seen in the world. Boom! The picture of 10,000 worlds emitted boundless divine radiance. Countless worlds were condensed in the air and fell towards the Demon Emperor's bell like raindrops. Many quasi-emperors held their breaths as they watched. They did not dare to breathe. These condensed worlds were more terrifying than the previous one. Any one of them could crush a god king to death and severely injure a quasi-emperor. In front of him, the Demon Emperor Bell did not panic at all. It was as if it was already prepared for such a move. With a cold smile, he flipped his palm and an ancient bell appeared in his hand. Even though there was no wind, it started to sway by itself. Clang, clang, clang. The melodious sound of the ancient bell spread out, and the falling worlds actually exploded in the air after being swept by these sound waves, instantly shattering into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. The attack of the picture of 10,000 worlds had no effect on the Demon Emperor Bell at all. It was directly broken. The amazing strength of the Demon Emperor Bell was finally revealed. The peerless magic weapon that followed the Demon Emperor to conquer the world had finally recovered. Inside its body, there was the primordial spirit left behind by the Demon Emperor. It was simply the resurrection of the Demon Emperor. To a certain extent, the fight between the two was equivalent to 2 sovereign emperors who had already passed away fighting again after countless years. Such a scene made many people's blood boil, especially those who had never heard of the majesty of the 2 emperors. At this moment, they also held their breath and focused their attention. Picture of 10,000 worlds. If this is just a small trick, I advise you not to come out. Otherwise, if I beat you up, do you still have the face to stand in this world? The Demon Emperor Bell said indifferently, as if it was a matter of course. This made the picture of 10,000 worlds even angrier. Demon Emperor Bell, don't be too arrogant. Watch me. The picture of 10,000 worlds roared. The picture under his feet began to gradually blur. It was about to merge with heaven and earth. The terrifying momentum also increased all the way and continued to become stronger and stronger. Shaking, Zhou frowned slightly. Demon Emperor Bell, do you think that after so many years, I haven't made any progress? The picture of 10,000 worlds roared loudly, and his whole body directly hid in the heaven and earth. In an instant, there were countless shouts in the heaven and earth. In an instant, there were countless laws manifesting, forming a terrifying attack towards the Demon Emperor Bell. The Demon Emperor Bell only sneered. coldly. Waves of sound waves appeared around his body, blocking all the laws of the heaven and earth that came crashing down. As an old rival of the picture of 10,000 worlds, how could he not know how many tricks the picture of 10,000 worlds had? He had integrated himself into the heaven and earth, and his mind had integrated with the 10,000 worlds. He borrowed their power to launch a terrifying attack that caused the entire way of heaven to tremble. This was also the principle of refining the picture of 10,000 worlds. In order to refine the picture of 10,000 worlds, his master had visited all the 10,000 worlds in the world and absorbed a part of their world origin. This was how he was able to condense the picture of 10,000 worlds. Because of this, the picture of 10,000 worlds could actually integrate with the 10,000 worlds and borrow their power. Compared to his own power, this borrowed power was stronger. Moreover, its composition itself was composed of many parts of the world will of the 10,000 worlds. There was not the slightest bit of inconsistency, and all of them could be used. This was a great method that ordinary quasi-emperors would not even dare to think about. It was simply not something that people below the emperor level could achieve. Those who could cultivate to the emperor level must have reached the peak of a certain path. Each of them was unimaginably strong. Many people could only see the strength of those emperor level in the ancient books. At this time, the battle between the two sides satisfied the mentality of many people who wanted to find out the truth. Was this how the ancient emperor level fought? These laws all crushed down, but the demon Emperor Bell did not change in the slightest. It just constantly swept out the sound waves, making it impossible for the picture of 10,000 worlds to get close to it. There was a faint layer of light around his body. Even if the picture of 10,000 worlds could occasionally attack it, it would definitely not be able to penetrate the barrier around him. This is from the law of sound. It has advanced to the law of space. When the picture of 10,000 worlds saw this scene, he could not help but widen his eyes and look completely incredulous. One must know that he still remembered that the demon Emperor Bell had clearly not comprehended this step in the past. Back then, the demon emperor relied on the law of sound to be invincible. At that time, he began the crucial step of condensing the law of sound into the law of space. After so many years, he finally achieved it. The picture of 10,000 worlds' expression changed. How could he not know how terrifying the current demon Emperor Bell was? The four corners of the universe were formed by the two basic laws of time and space. In the world, all the laws were beyond this. As long as one could grasp them and cultivate along the way, one could quickly surpass others. However, there were not many people who could successfully cultivate the law of space. In the ancient times, it was also the privilege of a small number of people, so he did not guard against it. But now, as soon as he made his move, he was tricked by the demon Emperor Bell. The law of space, the demon emperor's bell. I never thought that after so many years, under the circumstances where your master had already fallen, you would still be able to comprehend it to such an extent. No wonder there was news back then that you were completely different from us. Two completely different creatures. The picture of 10,000 worlds widened his eyes in disbelief. It was as if he could only reluctantly accept it now. Naturally, he was very clear that once the law of space broke out, unless his skills were far superior to the demon Emperor Bell, it was very normal for him to be defeated by the law of space. That's why I said that you really did not make any progress over the years. All these years, you have been doing these things. The demon Emperor Bell laughed coldly, and for the first time, its face showed some expression. This made many people who were preparing to watch the fight feel a sense of disbelief. It should be known that compared to a normal Tao artifact, a Tao artifact that had left its master should not be able to cultivate normally. This was because, although they were very strong and had a high level of comprehension, everyone was very clear that they had a high starting point, which meant that every step forward would have to pay a huge price. The demon Emperor Bell was able to improve further, which was also beyond the expectations of many people. Go to hell. The picture of 10,000 worlds roared, and countless worlds fell like raindrops. The demon Emperor Bell on the other hand, looked very calm. It constantly created the law of space to protect itself. Immediately, it became invincible and indestructible. Then it launched an attack. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The picture of 10,000 worlds, which was originally favored by the Demon Emperor Bell, was unexpectedly blocked by the Demon Emperor Bell. On the contrary, the Demon Emperor Bell seized the initiative and continuously attacked, causing the picture of 10,000 worlds to be utterly defeated. Picture of 10,000 worlds, with your current strength, do you still think that you have the ability to break free from my attack? The Demon Emperor Bell said calmly, I advise you to obediently admit defeat. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. Ha 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 ha. The picture of 10,000 worlds laughed and said, Demon Emperor Bell, I admit that you are indeed a little stronger than me, but so what? Do you think that you can defeat me? I want to see how many unknown consequences there are. The picture of 10,000 worlds roared and directly rushed in the direction of the Demon Emperor Bell.